Welcome to Quiet Scare, where horror doesn't scream, it whispers. Real documented experiences, carefully adapted into sleep-friendly narration. Sophisticated storytelling meets documentary truth, so the core stays intact and the atmosphere lingers. Quick note, please like and subscribe, and tap the bell for new episodes. There are no more than 3 ads in the first 15 minutes. After that, uninterrupted listening. Curated accounts, elevated with literary craft for sophisticated listeners. Sleep well and dream dark. The call dropped before it ever turned into a sentence, but the line stayed warm in my headset for a beat, like someone had breathed right into the mic and stepped away. On my screen, the automatic number information filled in with an address I didn't recognize. Just a normal house on a normal street, and the timestamp told me it was mid-afternoon when most emergencies are either routine or tragic. Then it rang again. When I answered the second time, there was a wet, close sound, tiny mouth noises, a finger rubbing the microphone, a faint hum that could have been a television or an air conditioner. I did my standard greeting, calm and flat, the voice you give someone on their worst day. Nobody answered the question. A child's voice floated up instead, soft and high, talking like I wasn't there. It wasn't a scream. It wasn't even a cry. It was a toddler, babbling with the earnest concentration kids have when they're explaining something to a stuffed animal. I heard one clear word, donut, and then the line filled with happy nonsense and breath. Those are the calls that tighten the back of my neck. Not the ones with sirens already in the background. Not the ones where an adult is yelling locations and injuries. The ones where you have to decide, in seconds, if you're listening to a game, or to a life that's about to slip. I asked for a grown-up. I asked if anyone was hurt. I asked if the child could tell me their name. The toddler kept talking, the way little kids do, building a world out of whatever is in front of them. I heard a plastic clack, maybe a toy being dropped, maybe the phone hitting a table. I heard footsteps, light and quick, moving away and coming back. The child said mine, and then very seriously, emergency. I pictured the phone on speaker, abandoned on a carpet. The toddler crouched over it like it was a treasure. I pictured a parent in the next room, unaware, because the old phone didn't ring when a call went out. That detail matters more than people think. The number came up again. Same address, same wireless caller tag. No active service plan, but the system still routed it to us. That's not magic. It's policy. Any mobile device that can power on can reach 911, even if it can't call anyone else. It's one of those rules you're grateful for when someone is trapped in a wreck with a dead account and 1 bar of signal. It's one of those rules you worry about when a toddler finds a discarded phone in a junk drawer. On the 3rd call, I got a little more than babble, I got context. A cartoon voice chattered faintly in the background. A refrigerator door squeaked. The toddler made an excited sound and said sprinkles like they could see them. Then a long drag of silence. The kind that tells you the kid is listening to something you can't hear. In that quiet, I caught a muffled thump from farther away, and a metallic rattle like a gate being bumped. My hand hovered over the dispatch console. Most of the time when a child calls, you can hear adults, you can hear dishes, you can hear a dog, you can hear the busy, harmless noise of a home. When you can't, your brain supplies its own soundtrack. My job is to ignore that soundtrack and follow the procedure anyway. I kept my voice steady and my questions simple. I asked where they were. I asked if they were alone. I asked if they could hand the phone to their mom or dad. The toddler answered the last question by saying, "Clear as day. Mommy sleep." That can mean a nap. That can mean the end of something. I requested a unit for a welfare check. Courtesy visit. No lights and sirens unless something changes. That's how you thread the needle between overreacting and missing the one call that mattered. I sent the address, told the responding officers it was a repeat 911 hang-up with a toddler on the line. Possible caregiver asleep. While I waited for the unit to arrive, the calls kept coming, like the toddler was delighted by the green button, by my voice appearing every time they tapped the screen. Each time I answered, each time I tried to anchor the call in reality. There was no screaming, no choking, no sobbing, just the child's persistent narration and the occasional clatter of small hands. On the 5th call, I heard a drawer slide open. The toddler made a sound of discovery. Paper crinkled. The child announced snack, triumphant, and then the audio filled with chewing and satisfied breathing. It should have been funny. If you're outside this job, it is funny. Even sitting there, I felt the corner of my mouth twitch and then go flat again. Because behind every cute misdial is the same cold math. I don't get to assume the unit checked in on the radio as en route. A few minutes later, I heard their tires in my mind. Rolling up to a quiet curb, I stared at the address on my screen. The ordinary street name, the ordinary house number. The afternoon sun was bright where they were. I knew because the officer mentioned glare off a windshield as he read the house. The next call came in just as the officer arrived. This time I could hear something different. Adult movement, a distant groan, a heavier footstep. The toddler squealed, the sound rising like a balloon and popping into laughter. For the first time, a grown-up voice came through, thick with sleep, confused and annoyed at first, then quickly embarrassed. I didn't push. I didn't lecture. I gave the parent the minimum. Their child had been calling 911 repeatedly. We were just checking in. Officers were outside to make sure everyone was okay. The adult apologized, words tripping over each other, and the toddler started saying donut again, as if the entire point of this was finally going to be understood. The line went quiet, and then I heard the front door open. Not through the phone, but through the radio. The officer narrated softly. Parent awake, toddler present, no signs of distress, home secure, everything normal. It should have ended there. Officially it did. We cleared the call as accidental. Welfare check complete. But the officer didn't clear right away. His voice on the radio carried that tone. Cops get when the job turns human. He said the toddler was adamant about an emergency donut, and the parent, mortified, kept trying to hush the kid while explaining they'd taken away an old phone before, but hadn't realized it could still call out. I could picture it. A child clutching a battered, disconnected cell phone like it was a magic wand. The parent kneeling beside them, cheeks hot, trying to explain why strangers in uniforms had shown up on their porch. I could picture the officers on the doorstep, the kind who know the difference between a mistake and a problem. I stayed on the line longer than I had to, because sometimes you want to witness the safe ending with your own ears. We get so few clean conclusions in this work. A few minutes later, the officer keyed up again and said they were going to resolve the emergency. There was a pause, some laughter in the background. Not mine, not his, just a brief burst of adult relief. He said they'd swing by the station and bring something back, and asked if the parent was okay with it. The parent sounded like they were nodding even though I couldn't see them, voice still apologizing, promising to lock up the phone, promising they understood. The radio went quiet after that. The address disappeared into the flow of other calls, traffic stops, noise complaints, a medical assist that turned my stomach the way real emergencies always do. Later, when the unit cleared, the officer added one last detail I wrote down in my personal notes, because it was the kind of thing you want to remember when the rest of the day is heavy. They'd returned with a small box of donuts, and the toddler had accepted it like a medal. I even scribbled the odd tag I'd been given for my shift paperwork, because I knew I'd want to find this incident again on a bad night, and prove to myself that sometimes the system works without anyone bleeding. The last time that number tried to connect. Hours later, it didn't ring through. Either the battery finally died, or the phone got tucked into a high cabinet, or the parent learned how to pull the SIM tray and keep the device powered off. I like to imagine the toddler eventually forgot that pressing a button could summon strangers who take you seriously. When I drove home after my shift, the light had changed and the day felt used up. In the passenger seat, my own phone buzzed with ordinary life, and for a second my hands tightened on the wheel, as if any vibration could be a line opening in my ear again. I kept seeing a small child's face I never actually saw, lit by a screen in a quiet house, confidently declaring an emergency, because they wanted something sweet, and the whole machinery of policy and procedure turning its gears anyway. rolling up to a porch in the afternoon sun, and choosing kindness as the resolution. The first time I realized I might not make it home, I was staring at a condensation ring my glass had left on the bar, watching the circle widen as if the wood itself was sweating. The place was loud in that careful way restaurants get at night. Music up, laughter louder, cutlery clinking like it was part of the playlist. Outside, a thin winter drizzle kept dragging headlights into smeared lines across the front windows. I remember thinking the rain looked tired. It was a first date I hadn't planned on taking. We'd matched, talked for a week, and he had seemed normal in the way normal sounds like a favor you're doing for yourself. He chose a downtown bar that tried to look like it wasn't trying. Warm lighting, tall stools, a small menu written in chalk. I showed up early because I always do, because I like to see exits before I need them. He was charming in practice bursts, smiling when he should, asking questions that felt like he'd read them off a list. He leaned in close, too close, but I told myself it was just the noise. When the server came, he waved off the menu and ordered for himself without looking. Then he asked what I wanted. I said I'd start with something simple, and when the drink arrived, he raised his glass and said something about new beginnings. I let myself pretend it was ordinary. The first few sips tasted fine. Citrus, ice, a little bite at the back of my throat. I set the glass down between us and kept my hands around my water instead, just to have something to do. He watched me in a way that didn't match the conversation, like the words were a distraction and he was waiting for something else to happen. It started as heat in my face, not the warm buzz you expect from alcohol, but a flush that hit too fast and too uneven, like someone had turned a lamp on inside my skin. My tongue felt thick. My fingertips got oddly distant, like I was touching the world through gloves. I hadn't finished half my drink. I tried to laugh at a joke he made and the sound came out wrong, delayed by a beat. He noticed, his eyes flicked to my glass, then back to me, and his smile sharpened into something smaller. "You okay?" he asked, casual, but his gaze didn't leave my mouth. I nodded too quickly and the room tilted by a degree. Not spinning, just wrong. Like my inner ear had been reassigned. My intuition is not a mystical thing. It's a file cabinet. It's the sum of every time I ignored my own discomfort because someone else looked calm. In that moment, the drawer slid open all by itself. I heard my mother's voice from years ago telling me, "If something feels off, it is off." I took a slow breath, tried to make my face match the lighting. "I'm going to the restroom," I said, as if it was an afterthought. As if my legs didn't already feel like they'd been poured full of sand. He leaned back and smiled again. Bigger this time. Sure. I slid off the stool carefully. The floor was steady, but my body didn't believe it. I kept one hand on the bar as I walked, letting the crowd hide how deliberate my steps were. The women's restroom was at the back, near a hallway lined with framed photos of the city. All black and white, all pretending the past was cleaner. Inside, the fluorescent light was brutal. I stood at the sink and stared at myself. My pupils looked normal. My cheeks were too pink. My lips had gone slightly pale, like I'd been out in the cold. I turned on the tap, and the sound of water seemed too loud. My phone felt slick in my hand. I dialed a friend first because calling 911 felt dramatic, and I needed to hear a familiar voice to keep my brain from floating away. It rang and rang. No answer. I swallowed and my throat didn't cooperate. I tried again. Straight to voicemail. The room lurched when I moved my head. That file cabinet in me slammed shut and reopened with a new label. "Do not negotiate." I called 911. The operator's voice came through crisp and steady, like it existed in a different world than the one I was sliding out of. I gave the address because I'd checked it when I arrived. I told her I was on a first date, and I thought my drink had been tampered with. My words were thick, but I forced them into order. I said I was in the restroom, that I felt dizzy and heavy, that my mouth was dry, that I needed help getting out safely. She asked if I was alone. She asked if I could lock the door. She asked what he looked like. I described him in short pieces. Dark jacket, neat hair, watch on his left wrist. the kind of smile that didn't reach his eyes. She told me to stay on the line and not to confront him. Her calm didn't fix my body, but it kept my thoughts from tearing apart. While she talked, I moved into a stall and sat on the closed toilet lid because my legs were starting to shake. The stall door felt thin, the metal like a suggestion. I listened for footsteps outside the restroom. Listened for my name. Listened for any sign that time was speeding up without me. A knock hit the restroom door hard enough to rattle it. I froze with the phone pressed to my ear. The operator asked what that sound was. Another knock, closer, more impatient. A man's voice muffled through the door, called my name once, not curious, claiming. I didn't answer. The operator told me to stay quiet if I could. My heart was pounding, but the rest of my body was sinking, like gravity had doubled. I pinched my thigh through my jeans just to prove I could still feel something. The door handle jiggled, then the knock again, too loud for a restroom hallway. I heard a second voice. Female, sharper, telling him he couldn't be in there. He argued. His tone rose. Chairs scraped somewhere out in the main room. That subtle shift when people start paying attention. I stood up too fast and had to catch myself on the stall wall. My phone slipped in my hand and I tightened my grip. The operator told me officers were on their way and asked if I could get to the entrance or to staff without being alone with him. Outside the stall, the restroom door opened and shut again, fast. I heard footsteps retreating, then returning. Someone else came in, another woman, and her presence changed the air. She asked if I was okay. I didn't trust my voice, so I opened the stall and nodded, using my face like a sign. She took one look at me, and her expression tightened with recognition. She guided me to the sink and leaned close, speaking low. She said she'd get security. She said to stay where the staff could see me. She said don't go back out there alone. I stayed on the line with 911, my phone hidden against my palm. My reflection in the mirror looked like a stranger trying to pass for me. The restroom door banged again. He was back. I heard him demanding to know where I was. I heard the woman from before, telling him, firmly, that he needed to step away. His voice sharpened, then dropped, then sharpened again. An aggressive seesaw meant to wear people down. He said I was overreacting. He said I was embarrassing him. He said we were just having drinks, wasn't that the point? The operator asked if I could see him. I said no, but I could hear him. My speech felt like pushing a heavy cart uphill. Footsteps, more voices, a deeper one. Security telling him to stop. The date's tone changed instantly into injured innocence. It was almost impressive, almost. Then came the sound I'll never forget. A sharp scuff, like a shoe sliding too fast on tile, followed by the hollow smack of someone hitting a wall. A woman yelped. Someone shouted for him to back up. The operator's voice tightened, still controlled, asking me if I was safe, telling me to stay put. The restroom door opened and a security guard stepped in, scanning the room like he expected to be punched. He asked if I was the one who called for help. I nodded and the motion made my stomach roll. He positioned himself between me and the hallway, and I could hear the struggle of bodies and ego just beyond the door. Short commands. A chair dragged. A glass clinked and then shattered somewhere out there. The sound of sudden bright danger. The guard guided me into the hallway with the framed photos. My feet felt late to every step. The world had a soft edge, like it was filmed through cheap plastic. We didn't go toward the bar. We went toward the service area where the lighting was harsher, and the air smelled like dish soap and burned citrus from the garnish station. In the distance, I saw him, my date held at arm's length by another guard, and two men who looked like they'd stood up from their meals. His face was red. His jaw worked like he was chewing on rage. When his eyes locked on me, the expression there wasn't confusion. It was anger at a plan interrupted. He lunged once, more a statement than an attempt, and the men tightened their grip. One of the guards stepped forward, blocking his view of me completely. The operator in my ear told me officers were entering the building. When the police arrived, everything became a sequence of small procedural moments that felt far away. A uniformed shoulder passing close, a hand gesture directing me to sit, someone asking my name twice because I said it wrong the first time. They kept him separated. They kept me in the back with staff and the woman who'd first told him to leave. Someone put a cup of water in my hands. I drank and it tasted like metal. An EMT checked my pulse and asked what I'd had to drink. I tried to list it and realized I couldn't remember exactly when I stopped feeling normal, only that it had been fast. They asked if I was on any medication. They asked if I had any allergies. I answered what I could, and the rest I nodded through, trusting the shape of their concern. At the hospital, the waiting room lights made my headache bloom. The nurse wrote notes while I stared at the scuff marks on my shoes, trying to anchor myself to something solid. I gave a urine sample. They took blood. A doctor told me that my symptoms fit a certain category, but he didn't say the words like they were sensational. He said them like they were weather. In the days after, I replayed the night in pieces, each one sharp and humiliating. The drink, the heat, the thick tongue, the way he watched my glass instead of my eyes, the sound of the restroom door handle jiggling, the way he changed his voice when security showed up. A detective called me later with the toxicology results. The substances had names I didn't recognize, but the purpose was clear: sedation. Something meant to quiet a body down, to make compliance easier, to make resistance impossible. Hearing it confirmed didn't bring relief so much as it brought a cold, precise fury. I wrote everything down after that call and printed out the dispatch notes because I needed proof that my memory wasn't inventing danger. I keep those pages in a folder now, so I still pass that bar sometimes on my way to other places, and the windows look the same. Warm light, people leaning close, glasses sweating onto wood. On rainy nights, the reflections blur again, and I can almost feel that heavy tilt inside my head, like gravity remembering my name. I always note the exits without thinking. I always watch my drink, and when I see someone at a table laugh a little too late, or blink too slowly, I feel my body tense with the knowledge of how quiet a crowded room can become when one person decides your safety is optional. The first thing I noticed was the way the lobby lights flickered like a breath being held. It was morning, the kind that made the marble floor look clean enough to drink off, and I was halfway through my opening checklist: cash drawers, camera status, the little ritual that keeps a place like this from turning into chaos, when the fire alarm outside started screaming. Not ours, not inside the bank. It was the street side unit, the one tied to the small landscape strip by the front doors, and through the glass I saw a gray puff curl up from the sidewalk planter, like someone had dropped a cigarette into dry mulch. A second later, the smell hit, burned plastic and something sharp like fireworks. People in line shifted toward the windows, necks craning. One of my tellers, Jenna, looked at me with that question in her eyes. Do we evacuate? My training said, assess, don't improvise. My composure, my one reliable tool, clicked in like a seatbelt. I told everyone to stay behind the counters. I signaled our security guard toward the vestibule, not outside. That's what the procedures say. You don't send your only set of eyes into the street if you can avoid it. The first masked man came through the doors while the fire alarm was still wailing. He moved like he belonged there, like he'd walked into 100 lobbies and knew exactly where people look first. Black hoodie, gloves, a cheap plastic mask that sat wrong on his face. Too flat at the nose, the kind you buy for Halloween and never wear twice. Behind him, two more. And then a fourth who held the door a fraction longer than normal, watching the sidewalk the way someone watches a timer. The guard's hand went toward his belt. The first man raised a pistol without any drama, as if pointing it was as ordinary as pointing at a brochure stand. Time did that strange narrowing thing. The fire alarm outside became a background hiss. I could hear the air conditioner and the soft electronic click from the teller line. I didn't shout. I didn't freeze. I lifted both hands so they could see them, palms open, and I started moving exactly the way our safety videos tell you to move. Slow, deliberate, no sudden reaches. One of them vaulted the low rope barrier, and landed on the wrong side of the line with a thud that sounded too loud in our polished lobby. He carried a duffel bag that sagged at the bottom as if it had weight already inside it. He spoke in short phrases that were more like commands than sentences. Keep heads down. Hands where I can see them. Nobody be a hero. I watched Jenna's fingers hover over her drawer, trembling, and I made eye contact with her just long enough to steady her. The professional part of me cataloged details without feeling them. Height, gait, the way the gunman's sleeves were frayed at the cuffs. The human part of me took in the customers. An older man with a cane, a mother clutching her son's backpack strap, and understood all at once that the most fragile thing in the room was not the glass or the money. It was time. The second masked man moved toward the back hall, toward the door that led to the offices and the vault corridor. He didn't hesitate. He already knew where it was. They had done homework. The distraction outside made sense in that instant. Not as a scare tactic, but as a lever. Even if our guard didn't go outside, it turned every head toward the street. It made the situation feel like something unrelated was happening, something we could manage. It split our attention. It bought them the few seconds they needed to cross the lobby without anyone registering the threat soon enough to act. I felt my pocket buzz once. My phone. A message from the building system about the external alarm fault. It was absurd. The normal intrusion of a notification in the middle of a gunpoint robbery. The first man pointed toward the staff corridor with the gun and jerked his chin. The meaning was clear. Move. We moved. Jenna and I led the way because we were closest, because we were employees and we were trained. I kept my hands visible and my shoulders loose the way they tell you to keep them loose when someone else is holding a weapon. Behind us, the customers were herded like luggage. The man with the cane stumbled once and caught himself on the wall. Nobody helped him, not because we didn't want to, but because the gunman's eyes sharpened at any deviation. In the corridor, the air was warmer and smelled faintly of paper and toner. The vault door waited at the end like a mouth. They shoved us into the vault antechamber first, then pressed us through the inner threshold when the second man barked at one of my supervisors to spin the wheel. The vault's steel skin felt cold against my forearm as I steadied myself. The duffel bag hit the floor. Someone cried quietly. I heard the soft snick of a magazine being checked. There's a point in every emergency training where the instructor says, "You are not paid enough to be brave." In that moment, I wasn't thinking about pay. I was thinking about making sure no one tried to be brave. When the gunman with the pistol turned his head toward the corridor, checking, listening, impatient, I used the angle of my body to shield Jenna's right hand as it slid along the inner frame near the floor. Our silent alarm trigger wasn't a big red button like movies. It was a discreet pedal tucked where your foot can find it without looking, backed up by a secondary switch in the vault corridor. Redundancy, quiet, reliable. Her fingers found the switch, and she pressed. Nothing happened that you could see. No lights, no sound, just the tiniest tightening at her jaw as she committed to it. The third masked man went to work on the cash bundles from the teller drawers first, then the larger packs stored for armored pickup days. They moved fast but not frantic, like people following a rehearsed order. The fourth stayed near the doorway, watching the corridor. The second paced, checking watches, listening to something only he could hear through the muffling mask. The fire alarm outside finally died, replaced by an uneasy quiet that made every breath audible. The gunman's eyes swept across our faces as if counting us without counting. I focused on a spot on the concrete floor where a dark stain spread like an old spill. I kept my voice even when I needed to whisper instructions. Sit down, stay still, don't look up. My calm wasn't courage, it was a tool. If I lost it, I'd lose everyone else. Then, somewhere beyond the vault walls, I heard it, a distant rising wail that didn't belong to the building system. A siren, far enough away that it could have been anywhere, but close enough that the masked man by the door froze. Everything tightened. The second man snapped his fingers once. Sharp. The duffel bag was yanked up. Zippers raffed. The pistol lifted again in a warning that didn't need words. They backed out of the vault in a cluster. Guns covering us. Movement suddenly clipped and urgent. No extra threats. No speeches. just the efficient pullback of people who knew exactly how much time they'd bought themselves and could feel it running out. The door swung shut and the wheel spun. The sound was thick, final. For a few seconds, all we heard was our own breathing and the faint vibration of footsteps receding down the corridor. I waited until the last vibration faded before I moved. Training says don't open until authorities, but training also says assess immediate danger. And the most immediate danger in a vault is the vault itself being forgotten, being trapped. Panic turning oxygen into a countdown. I kept my voice low. I had everyone sit and slow their breathing. I checked on the older man with the cane without standing over him, keeping my posture non-threatening even though the threat had left. I put my ear to the door. No voices, no pounding, no return. Minutes feel different in a vault. They don't pass, they press. When the first solid noise arrived, hard footsteps, a shouted identification muffled by steel. I answered without raising my voice. I gave our branch name, our position, the fact that the robbers had fled, the fact that we had triggered the silent alarm. The wheel turned from the other side, heavy and deliberate, and when the door cracked open, bright hallway light flooded in like water. Police filled the corridor in uniforms and vests, weapons drawn, eyes scanning past us into the bank. The air smelled faintly of smoke from outside, and the lobby beyond looked wrong, like a stage after the actors leave. I didn't see the robbers again. I didn't hear a car peel out. I only heard radios and the fast exchange of information that turns a single crime into a spreading net plates. Masks, direction of travel, possible interstate, notify neighboring agencies. Later, after statements and photographs and the slow inventory of what was gone, an officer told me they'd already crossed county lines before the first unit reached our street. The outside fire had pulled attention just long enough to soften our first layer of security, and their timing had beaten the rest. The silent alarm did what it was designed to do, but it did it in a world where response is measured in minutes and escape is measured in seconds. By the time the sun reached the front windows, the bank was full of quiet professionals in latex gloves, dusting surfaces we touched every day without thinking. I stood by the vestibule and watched a faint smear of soot on the sidewalk planter drift in the cold morning air, and I kept seeing that first flicker of the lights, like the building itself had tried to warn me without words. I was stepping over a route that always catches bootlaces when I saw the ground had the wrong color. The trail in that part of the state park ran along a shallow slope, all oak and pine, with a thin skin of leaf litter over packed dirt. It was midday, bright enough that the sun made hard-edged shadows under every branch. I'd come out for a simple loop and an easy head, the kind of walk where you notice birds and forget your phone exists. Then I saw that patch, a scrape where the hillside had slumped, like someone had dragged a shovel and then tried to smooth it back out. The soil there was lighter, raw, and it didn't match the rest of the forest floor. I stopped because I'm the kind of person who stops. Observant by habit, civic-minded by choice. I've called in down power lines and helped strangers with flat tires. I'm not proud of it exactly. It's just how my brain is wired. When something looks wrong, it nags until I make it right. A thin rain earlier in the week had carved little channels down the slope. One of those channels ended in the scraped patch. At the edge, something pale sat just under the dirt. Not white like a rock, but dull and porous as if it didn't belong outside. Next to it was a strip of fabric, gray-green packed with mud. It could have been a torn jacket. It could have been anything. Still, my stomach tightened the way it does when you realize you've walked into someone else's business. I didn't touch it. I crouched, leaned in close enough to see, and forced myself to look like I was checking for a lost item, instead of what my mind was already whispering. The pale shape had a curve to it, a smooth arc, and then a ridge. It wasn't the way stones sit in soil. It was the way something that used to be inside sits when the outside is gone. The park was quiet in that hollow way it gets when wind stalls. I could hear my own breathing, and farther off the faint crunch of someone else on a different trail, too distant to call to. My hands went cold. I stood up too fast. got dizzy for a second and grabbed a tree to steady myself. First thing I did was back away. Second thing was look around for a landmark I could describe. The trail post was maybe 40 yards behind me, with a green marker nailed to it. A fallen log lay upslope, bleached and split. I pulled out a small roll of orange flagging tape I keep in my pack for marking turns when I explore side paths, tore off a strip, and tied it chest high on a sapling at the edge of the trail, not on the disturbed soil, not near the pale shape, just enough that I could point someone back to it without wandering in circles. Then I walked to where I had a bar of service and dialed 911. When the call connected, the operator's voice was steady in a way that made me feel suddenly unsteady. I gave my name. I gave the park name and the trail marker number. I told her I was a hiker and that I might have found human remains in a shallow grave. Saying it out loud made my throat close. It turned my private suspicion into a public thing, a responsibility I couldn't set down. She asked me not to approach again, and to stay in a safe place where I could direct responders. She asked if anyone was with me, if I had touched anything, if I could see any person nearby. Her questions were simple, procedural, but every one of them made the scene more real. I kept my eyes on the sunlit trail, on the innocent details that didn't belong with what I'd seen. A soda can crushed in the weeds, a fresh deer track, a spiderweb strung between twigs like it had nothing to worry about. I told her about the flagging tape and the trail post, and the fallen log. I told her the soil looked disturbed, like it had been dug and covered. I kept my voice level because I could hear how silence would sound on that line, how silence would make her lean in and imagine. While we waited, she stayed with me. I could hear typing and the clipped cadence of her relaying my location. The call stretched in that strange way. Time does when you're standing still, and your brain won't stop replaying one image. I stared at the woods and kept expecting them to rearrange themselves into something else, into an explanation that wasn't what it was. The first sign of help wasn't a siren. It was a faint electronic chirp, and then the crunch of tires on gravel. A park ranger came up the trail at a fast walk, hand on his radio, eyes scanning. Behind him were two deputies in brown uniforms, moving like they'd done this before. The dispatcher told me I could hang up once they made contact, but I stayed on the line until I saw the ranger's badge and he nodded at me. I ended the call with my finger hovering over the screen, as if I were afraid to break the connection between me and normal life. They asked me to show them the marker, and then to stop, to point from a distance. I did exactly what they said. The ranger's face didn't change much when he looked at the slope, but his jaw tightened. One deputy murmured into his radio. The other put a hand up to keep me back, not unkindly, just firmly, the way you keep someone from stepping off a curb into traffic. Within minutes, the area looked less like a hiking trail and more like the edge of an accident scene. Yellow tape went up between trees. A second ranger arrived to redirect anyone coming down the path. A small cluster of people gathered near me at the trail post, all of us held in place by the tape and the sudden weight in the air. I gave my statement there, standing in sunlight with leaves flickering above, trying to keep my words in order. I kept pointing to physical things, the washout, the color of the soil, the fabric. It felt safer to talk about dirt than to talk about what dirt was covering. The forensic team arrived in a plain van. They didn't rush, but they moved with purpose, carrying cases and cameras, setting down orange cones and small numbered flags. One of them photographed the ground from every angle before anyone did more than brush away a leaf. Another measured from the trail and from the fallen log, making notes. Their calm made the scene more unsettling, not less. It told me this fit into a category. It wasn't a freak moment in my day. It was part of someone else's long story. They worked the slope carefully, exposing the disturbed area a little at a time. I couldn't see everything from where I stood behind the tape, but I saw enough. A hand trowel, a brush, a gloved finger pointing, a pause, then a quick exchange of looks between two investigators that said the same thing my stomach had said earlier. The ranger told me I could leave whenever I wanted. I didn't. I felt stuck there, as if walking away would make me complicit in leaving it buried. I watched them widen the excavation by inches, lifting clumps of soil into evidence bags, sifting through a screen that caught small fragments. There was no drama, no sudden reveal, just the steady unmaking of concealment. At one point, one of the forensic investigators straightened, took off his glasses, wiped them on his sleeve and put them back on with hands that didn't shake. That image stayed with me more than anything else. Professional hands doing terrible work in a sunny park. Birds calling like nothing had happened. When they finally brought out a larger object wrapped in cloth, the movement was slow and synchronized, like they were carrying something fragile. The deputy stepped closer, bodies blocking my view. The ranger shifted so he stood between me and the hole. I understood then that what I thought I wanted, certainty, was not something I actually wanted to look at. I went home with dirt on my knees and a clean trail map still folded in my pocket. I washed my hands twice. I threw my clothes straight into the washer. I stood at my kitchen sink and tried to name the feeling, but it wasn't just fear. It was the sense that the world had a seam you could catch your foot on, and if you tugged it by accident, something hidden would come loose. 2 days later, a detective called me. His tone was careful, like he'd learned that people on the receiving end of his calls remember every word. He thanked me for reporting it, and for not disturbing the site. He told me they had recovered human remains. Yes, he told me identification would take time, but that the location and the burial suggested it wasn't an accident. He didn't say homicide at first. He let the meaning settle in the space between his sentences. Weeks passed. I tried to put the hike back into the category of bad luck, but the park kept showing up in my mind at odd moments. The way a scent can pull you backward, the shape of a slope, a patch of bare earth, orange tape at the edge of vision. When the detective called again, it was late afternoon. He told me they had identified the person through forensic work and records. Someone reported missing years ago, a name I recognized from old posters on grocery store boards, the ones that fade to a pale ghost of a face before they're taken down. The detective didn't give me details of how the person died. He didn't need to. He said the discovery had reopened the investigation, that they were treating it as a cold case homicide. He said families wait a long time for answers, and sometimes answers come from strangers doing the right thing on an ordinary day. After I hung up, I sat in my car and drove back to the park alone. Not to cross any tape or to see anything, just to stand at the trailhead and look at the map kiosk as if it could explain the divide between before and after. The parking lot was full of normal life. Kids with water bottles, an older couple tightening their backpack straps, a dog pulling at its leash toward the trees. I walked only far enough to see the green trail marker on the post, and the place where my orange flagging tape had once been. It was gone. Someone had removed it, erased my little sign so the woods could go back to being woods. The slope was hidden behind a curtain of ferns. From this angle, polite and unremarkable, sunlight sifted through branches. A woodpecker tapped. People passed me without noticing my stillness, and I realized how easily a place can hold on to a secret until weather, time, and one observant pair of eyes finally insist on it. The first thing that woke me was the silence. Not the normal nursery quiet with its soft, wet little breaths, and the plastic tick of the mobile. This was a silence that felt thick, like someone had closed a door inside my ears. I sat up too fast, and my sheets twisted around my legs. The digital clock on my nightstand read 2:17 a.m. The house heater clicked, then stopped. For a second, I listened for the usual tiny sound from the bassinet across the hall, the one I'd trained myself to hear even in sleep. Nothing. My feet hit the cold hallway runner. The nightlight in the nursery made a weak orange puddle on the floorboards. The air smelled faintly of warm milk and clean laundry. I remember noticing the way the shadows lay too still on the wall, like even the dust had stopped moving. I reached the crib and leaned over, expecting to see a little chest rising, a mouth working in dreams. My baby's face was turned slightly to the side, lips parted. I put 2 fingers under the nose the way they tell you to, like a reflex I didn't know I had. No warmth of breath. My hand went to the chest. The skin was there, soft and real, but it didn't move under my palm. I whispered the name once, then louder, and my own voice sounded wrong in that room. Too big for it. I scooped the baby up and the weight was familiar, but the slackness wasn't. For a half second my mind tried to make it ordinary. Sleeping hard. Startled. A trick of light. I turned on the overhead lamp, and the room snapped into full color. The baby's cheeks looked pale in a way that made my stomach drop. I pressed my ear to the chest and heard nothing but the blood rushing in my own head. My phone was on the changing table because I'd been up earlier, scrolling in the dark, reading other parents' late-night reassurance posts. My thumb shook so badly I hit the wrong contact first. When I finally stabbed 911, the screen lit my face with a cold bluish glare. The ringtone was loud and cheerful, obscene for what my hands were holding. The dispatcher answered, and I didn't have room in me for polite words. I said my address in one long breath, and then what was happening. And even as I spoke, I was already moving, because the voice on the line didn't panic with me. It had a practiced steadiness that hooked into my spine. They told me to put the baby on a flat surface, to lay the baby on the changing pad or the floor if I needed to. I set my child down on the changing table because it was there, because my hands wanted something stable. The baby's head lolled slightly, the soft spot hidden by hair that still smelled like bath soap. The dispatcher asked if the baby was breathing. I said no. They asked if the baby was conscious. I said I didn't know because I couldn't let the word form. They said we were going to do CPR, and they gave me instructions as if they were describing how to tie a knot. They told me exactly where to place 2 fingers on the center of the chest, just below the nipple line. They told me how hard to press. They told me a rhythm to follow without counting out loud. They told me to tilt the head back slightly, to cover the mouth and nose with my mouth, and give gentle breaths. I had to listen twice because my brain kept trying to run ahead and trip over itself. My fingers pressed down, and the tiny ribs gave a little tin. I felt it through my fingertips and something animal in me screamed. I wanted to stop. I wanted someone else to do it. But there was no one else in that room. I did what the voice told me. Press release. Press release. I watched the baby's face for any change and saw none. The nursery light buzzed faintly. Somewhere in the house a faucet dripped. Slow and steady. A sound that didn't belong to this moment. The dispatcher stayed with me, repeating the steps, correcting me when my breaths were too big, reminding me to let the chest rise, to keep going. They asked if I was alone. I said yes. They told me help was on the way, and they said it with the kind of certainty that made it feel like a fact, not a comfort. At some point I realized my own lungs were burning. My shoulders ached from the angle. My wrists started to cramp. The baby's skin under my fingers was warming from my touch, but that didn't mean anything. My mind kept throwing up images I didn't ask for. The crib empty. The room as it would be tomorrow. The quiet after a storm. I shoved them down because the instructions kept coming, and the instructions were a rope. A distant siren finally cut through the walls. It grew louder, then dipped, then swelled again as it turned onto our street. The sound made my throat close up. My hands did not stop moving. The dispatcher told me not to hang up, not to leave the baby, to keep doing compressions until someone physically took over. I remember the absurd detail of my phone's low battery warning popping up on the screen. A tiny red sliver that tried to matter. Then there was the front doorbell. A hard, fast press, followed by knocking that rattled the frame. I shouted that the door was unlocked, and my voice cracked like I'd been screaming for hours. Footsteps pounded down the hallway. The nursery filled with strangers in dark uniforms and gloves. Bright flashlights sweeping across the walls. One of them said my name like they already knew it, like it was on a paper somewhere. Another one was already at the changing table, sliding a small board under my baby with a smoothness that made me realize how clumsy I was. "Keep doing compressions until I tell you to," someone said, not unkindly, and I did, because my hands wouldn't stop on their own. Then they told me to move, and I stumbled back into the dresser, knocking a stack of folded burp cloths onto the floor. I stood there with my arms half raised, like I didn't know where to put them. My fingers felt numb and too big. as if they belonged to someone else. They took over with practiced choreography. A tiny mask appeared over my baby's face. A bag valve moved in controlled squeezes. Someone opened a kit and the sound of tearing plastic was loud in the little room. One paramedic spoke numbers to the other, calm and clipped. Another checked a pulse point I'd never thought about before. I watched their hands because I couldn't bear to look at my baby's face. I watched the way their gloves caught the light, the way they moved with economy. It was the opposite of my frantic, messy fear. One of them asked me questions while they worked. How old? Any complications at birth? Any recent illness? Any fever? I answered like I was reading from a card, because my mind was floating just above my body, and the questions were hooks pulling me back. For one awful stretch of time, nothing seemed to change, and the room felt like it was narrowing around us. Then a paramedic said something that made the others shift. I heard, "There," and my head snapped up. My baby's chest made a shallow movement under the mask. Not much, not enough for relief, but it was movement. The kind of tiny, fragile sign that made my knees wobble. They didn't celebrate. They didn't slow down. They adjusted the mask, changed their grip, kept working like the danger was still right there, hovering over the crib rails. They carried my baby out on a small stretcher designed for someone so small. The straps looked too big. The blanket they wrapped around my child was a plain hospital one, thin and green. The nursery light was left on behind us, making the room look abandoned even though we'd only been in it moments ago. I grabbed my keys without remembering doing it. I followed them into the night barefoot, the cold driveway biting into my feet. The ambulance interior glowed harsh white. A paramedic climbed in with my baby and nodded at me like I could come. But there wasn't room for my panic in there. Another one guided me back, firm and gentle, telling me I had to drive behind them. The ride to the hospital was a blur of red taillights and traffic lights that refused to change fast enough. Every stop sign felt like a personal insult. I kept one hand clamped to the steering wheel and the other hovering over the horn. But there was nowhere to go faster than the ambulance already was. At the emergency entrance, they met us with a team that moved even faster. Doors swung open. Gurney wheels squealed. Someone asked for the pediatric unit, and then the words PECU came out of a mouth like it was a place you could just go. I remember standing in a hallway under fluorescent lights while my baby disappeared through double doors. The air smelled like antiseptic and old coffee. My shirt was smeared with something drool. Milk. I didn't know. I realized my hands were shaking so badly I couldn't unlock my phone. Later, someone brought me into a small room and spoke in a steady voice. The kind of voice that tries not to make promises. They told me my baby had been stabilized. They told me there had been a period without effective breathing. They told me they were monitoring closely, that they were doing tests, that the next hours mattered. I didn't cry right away. My body stayed in that emergency mode, waiting for another instruction, another set of steps to keep something alive. When my knees finally gave out, it was quiet, like my body was trying not to disturb the work happening behind those doors. The next day bled into the next without clean edges. Machines beeped, nurses changed shifts, doctors came in with tired eyes and kind faces. They explained that sometimes infants can have underlying conditions no one knows about until something like this happens. They talked about heart rhythms, about metabolic issues, about how some problems don't announce themselves with symptoms you can see in daylight, when they eventually gave it a name. It was a name I'd never heard before. It didn't feel like an answer so much as a label on a box that had already almost been closed. The doctors said it was likely there all along, undiagnosed, silent. They said it could have happened again. They said the quick response and the oxygen I'd managed to keep moving mattered. They did not say saved, because they were careful with words, but I heard the shape of it anyway. Weeks later, when the house was back to its normal sounds, I pulled up the call log on my phone and stared at the timestamp like it was evidence in a case I hadn't known I was building. The dispatcher's voice wasn't there anymore, but I could still hear it in my muscles, where to place my fingers, how to tilt the head, how to keep going when my mind was trying to leave my body. I went back into the nursery one late night, after things were stable. after the monitors were gone, after we'd learned new routines and new fears. The nightlight made the same orange puddle on the floor. The mobile hung in the same place. The air smelled like clean laundry again. I stood by the crib and listened. This time there was breath. Small, regular, ordinary. It should have been comforting. Instead, it made my throat tighten because I knew how quickly ordinary could vanish without warning. I didn't touch the baby. I just watched the rise and fall of the chest, the steady proof of air moving in and out. Outside, snow started to slide off the roof in soft, slow sheets, and each hush against the ground sounded like the world trying to be gentle. I stayed until my eyes burned and the heater clicked on, then off, then on again. I memorized the sound of breathing the way you memorize a loved one's voice. Even now, months later, when the house goes still at 2:17 a.m., my body wakes before my mind does, and I find myself listening for that tiny, stubborn rhythm in the dark. The engine didn't quit all at once. It coughed like it was deciding whether it wanted to keep being an engine. Then it gave me a thin, sickly whine that didn't match the climb. Morning light poured across the panel and made everything look clean and harmless. The gauges told the truth anyway. Oil pressure sliding, RPM hunting. The vibration in the yoke wasn't a shudder yet, but it had intent. I'd been airborne less than a minute. Training is supposed to feel like a checklist you can reach for. In the moment, it felt more like a narrowing hallway. There was runway behind me, a small airport I'd lifted off from dozens of times, and a neat patchwork of roofs and lanes ahead. The engine stumbled again, and my stomach did the thing it does when it realizes the sky is not in fact a place humans belong. I put the nose down before panic could bargain for altitude. I couldn't afford airspeed as insurance. I trimmed, kept my hands steady, and made myself look outside instead of falling into the instruments like they could save me. I keyed the mic and kept my voice level for the tower. I told them I had an engine problem right after departure, and I was turning back. Saying it out loud made it real, but it also made it simple. Fly the airplane, pick a place, don't stall. The airport was there, exactly where it always was, except now it looked like something painted on the ground. Flat, unreachable. A postcard. I started the turn shallow at first, trying to keep the wings from stealing lift I couldn't replace. The engine lost another bite. The propeller blurred, then seemed to hesitate, like it was tired of pretending. The sound in the cockpit changed from steady thrust to a hollow wind rush, and that shift is what did it for me. That's the sound you remember. The airport wasn't going to happen. I didn't have the altitude to complete the turn and line up. I could see it in the geometry, in the way the horizon slid across my windshield faster than it should. Even if the engine limped, even if I forced it, the margin was gone. I could keep circling and hope, or I could stop gambling. Below me, a highway cut through the morning commute like a gray river. Cars moved in tight clusters, shining roofs, brake lights tapping on and off like nervous signals. It was the worst kind of landing strip. Crowded, narrow, and full of people with no idea they were about to share airspace with a falling airplane. I told the tower I couldn't make it back and I was going to the highway. I didn't add drama. My voice stayed boring on purpose. Boring is contagious. As soon as I committed, the world snapped into tasks. I picked a segment with a wide shoulder and a shallow median. I aimed for the lane with the most gaps and started thinking like a driver more than a pilot. Traffic flow, speed differences, where a car might swerve if it saw me late. The windscreen filled with asphalt and moving metal. Someone down there saw me. I could tell by the way a few cars started to drift, uncertain, as if the lane markings had turned into suggestions. One vehicle braked hard, and the car behind it flared its hazards. A ripple passed through the pack. I didn't have a way to warn them directly. The tower could broadcast, sure, but nobody on the highway was listening to tower frequency. A couple of seconds later, I caught a flash of a driver with a phone up near their face, elbow locked, head tilted like they were trying to frame me on a screen. That detail landed in my brain like a nail. The idea of being someone's shaky video while my options evaporated. I was aware in a distant corner of myself that 911 calls were being made. I didn't hear them then, not with the wind and the failing engine, and the blood thumping in my ears. I only learned later how many voices hit the same dispatcher within the same minute. I listened to one of the recordings weeks after, alone in my kitchen, the sound of my own life humming on, and it made my skin go cold. The caller was shouting over road noise, struggling to describe what they were seeing, as if their words might steer me. They kept repeating that it was right there, that it was coming down, that it's a plane, and then their breath went sharp when the shadow crossed them. On final, everything became brutally physical. The yoke felt heavier. The controls were responsive, but the airplane had lost the buoyant confidence it carries when power is there. I lined up with the flow of traffic to minimize the speed difference. That's what the books say. That's what my instructor drilled into me, until it was instinct. I came over the guardrail low, committed to the shoulder, and flared carefully so I wouldn't bleed off too much speed and drop it in. The tires hit. The first contact was almost gentle, which was insulting, because nothing about it deserved gentleness. The airplane rolled. It rolled like a shopping cart with a broken wheel, tugging toward the lane despite my rudder and brakes. I fought it. I kept the wings level to avoid clipping anything high. My eyes were everywhere at once. Mirrors of passing cars, a white van closing fast, a sedan edging away with nowhere to go. Then the left wingtip caught something I didn't have time to name. Impact is a word that makes it sound like a single event. This was a sequence. A jolt, a scrape, a violent sideways yank. The airplane pivoted, and for a heartbeat I saw a car's windshield close enough that I could make out the driver's hands clenched around the wheel. I braced. Short breath, hard grip, metal screamed. The airplane shuddered and slid, nose dipping toward the median. The car spun away from me, tires skittering, and I saw it bounce into a stop against the barrier. No fireball. No immediate silence, just the grinding end of momentum and the sudden roar of traffic that didn't know whether to stop or keep going. When we finally settled, the cockpit went oddly quiet except for the wind and a ragged ticking sound from somewhere in the engine compartment. I sat still for half a second to make sure I was still intact. My hands were trembling, but the rest of me felt pinned in place, as if my body was afraid that moving would wake up a worse outcome. The first smell hit next. Fuel. It wasn't subtle. It was sharp and sweet and wrong, cutting through the hot metal odor. I looked down and saw liquid spreading under the wing, darkening the shoulder, running in thin streams toward the gutter. In training, fuel is always a diagram. In real life, it looks like something alive. Reaching, I killed what I could. Master off. Mixture already useless. I unlatched the door and shoved it open into the bright morning, expecting the world to be full of yelling. Instead, it was full of startled quiet, the kind that comes after a scream. Cars were stopped at angles. People stood on the shoulder with their phones held out, faces pale, mouths open, not quite sure what to do with their own bodies. A man in a reflective vest construction, maybe, ran toward me and then slowed when he got close enough to smell what I smelled. He pointed behind me toward the spill and waved his other arm like he was trying to push the whole scene backward. He didn't get close. Smart. Somebody shouted that the driver was okay. Somebody else answered that the pilot was out. The words bounced around without landing anywhere. I moved away from the aircraft, stepping carefully, watching where the fuel was pooling, feeling the heat on my skin like it wanted to ignite. The driver of the car I'd hit climbed out with help, one arm held stiff, face pinched in shock. When our eyes met, neither of us looked away. There was no accusation in their expression, just disbelief that their morning had been rewritten. The sirens arrived in layers. First one, then many. Police angled their cruisers to block lanes. Firefighters rolled up and didn't rush the way bystanders expect them to rush. They moved with measured speed, the kind that says they've seen gasoline do terrible things. One of them put a hand on my shoulder and guided me farther back, away from the spill, away from the wreckage, away from the part of the story that might still change if a spark happened. They laid down absorbent material like sand, bright and granular, turning the slick into a dull crust. They checked the car, then the plane, then the people, as if counting the living was the only math that mattered. An officer asked me questions in a calm voice. Name, flight path, what happened? I answered like I was giving a report, because that was safer than describing the moment the runway became impossible. Traffic backed up for miles. Morning sun climbed higher and made the scene look almost staged. An airplane on a highway, absurd in its stillness, surrounded by cones and flashing lights. A tow crew arrived with equipment that looked too small for what it was about to drag. Workers began the slow work of separating wreckage from road, of making the public space public again. Hours later, after statements and checks and a medic insisting I let them look at my pulse, I stood behind a line of tape and watched the last of the fuel-stained absorbent get shoveled into bins. The highway smelled like spilled lawnmower gas and hot rubber. My airplane sat with one wing bent, humbled, a machine that had made a decision for me and forced me to make the only decision left. What I remember most is how normal the morning stayed around it all, how the sun kept shining on windshields, how a distant billboard promised coffee, how the world refused to acknowledge how close we'd come to turning into news footage with a different ending. When the last emergency vehicle pulled away and the lane reopened, the only thing left was a dark stain on the shoulder and the faint, stubborn odor of fuel hanging in the cold air. I noticed the grout line before I noticed the lens. It was an ordinary Saturday afternoon, the kind where the sunlight sits heavy on the floorboards, and every house sound feels louder than it should. I was wiping down the bathroom mirror after changing the towels, doing my usual sweep for anything out of place. I'm not paranoid, I'm protective. I like to know what's in my space and why it's there. The vent above the shower had a corner that didn't sit flush. It wasn't hanging, just wrong. The screws were too bright, like they'd been turned recently. I pulled a chair over, stood up, and ran my fingertip along the edge. A thin line of dust broke clean, as if it had been disturbed, and then carefully left to settle again. When I slid the vent cover down, something small tapped against the metal and swung on a wire. It looked like a thumb drive at first. Black plastic, a tiny slot. Then it rotated, caught the light, and I saw the pinhole. Not a screw hole, not a defect, a lens. My stomach did that slow drop that makes your hands feel far away. I didn't yell. I didn't call anyone right away. I stepped down, set the vent cover on the counter like it was fragile, and stared at the device hanging there. It was taped to the inside of the duct with gray HVAC tape, the kind you don't buy unless you need it. A thin cable ran to a little battery pack wedged behind the drywall lip. Someone had taken time. Someone had stood exactly where I was standing, in my bathroom, with my shower curtain closed, with the door shut. I pulled the whole thing free without touching the lens, wrapped it in a clean hand towel, and carried it to the kitchen table like it was a live insect. I should have stopped there. I should have bagged it and waited for police. But curiosity isn't the right word. It was more like a need to know how long it had been there, what it had seen, what had been taken from me without my permission. I found an old pair of dish gloves under the sink, put them on, and turned the device over. There was a micro SD card in the side. I slid my laptop from its sleeve with careful hands and inserted the card into an adapter. The screen asked if I wanted to open a folder. My cursor hovered over the trackpad for a full second before I clicked. The files were labeled by date, not random. Neat. Some of them had times too. There were dozens. The oldest one went back months. I opened the first video. The frame was grainy, angled down through the vent slats. The bathroom light clicked on, and then I walked into view with a basket of laundry, hair up, humming to myself like I did when I thought I was alone. I watched myself set the basket down, bend over, tug my shirt straight. It was like watching a stranger who happened to have my body. My mouth went dry. I clicked to another file. A different day. My partner at the sink, brushing their teeth. Another file, a friend washing her hands after staying over. Another me stepping out of the shower, towel high on my chest. I slapped the laptop lid down so hard the hinge creaked. The silence that followed felt thick, as if the house was holding its breath. I sat there with the closed laptop in front of me, and the towel-wrapped camera beside it. I could hear my refrigerator cycling on and off. I could hear a car pass outside. I could hear my own pulse in my ears. Then a memory slid into place, sharp and clean. 2 weeks earlier, I'd had the bathroom vent fixed. The fan had been rattling, and I'd called a local guy recommended by a neighbor. He was friendly, wore boot covers without being asked, chatted about ductwork and humidity. He'd been in and out in under an hour. I'd even felt grateful because it was one of those adult house things you don't want to deal with. I stood up and opened the drawer where I keep receipts, manuals, spare keys. I pulled out the invoice. His name was printed at the top with a phone number and a small logo. The same guy had been here twice. Actually, once to look, once to fix. Twice in my bathroom. Twice near that vent. I didn't want it to be him, because the moment I admitted it, the betrayal turned from a floating fear into a person with a face. I picked up my phone and dialed 911 with my thumb pressed too hard on the glass. When the operator answered, my voice came out steadier than I felt, like it belonged to someone calling about a burst pipe. I gave my address. I told her I found a hidden camera in my bathroom vent. I told her I'd seen footage of myself and guests. I told her I had the device and the memory card. She asked if anyone else was in the house, if the person who installed it might be nearby, if there were any immediate threats. I walked through each room as I spoke, checking locks I'd already checked. The operator told me not to handle the device anymore, to place it in a bag if I could without touching it, to wait outside if I felt unsafe. I didn't feel unsafe in the way people imagine. I felt exposed, like the walls had become transparent. 2 officers arrived within minutes. They parked in front like it was any other call, but the moment they stepped inside and I led them toward the kitchen table, their faces changed. One of them put on gloves. The other asked me to explain from the beginning, slowly, and not to skip anything, even the parts that felt stupid. I showed them the vent. I showed them where I'd found the tape. I handed over the towel bundle. I told them about the HVAC contractor, his name on the invoice, the dates he'd been in my home. The officer with the gloves held the camera up, turned it, found a tiny switch and nodded to himself as if he'd seen this exact thing before. He didn't say relax. He didn't say, it's probably nothing. He said, you did the right thing calling. That sentence hit me harder than I expected. My throat tightened anyway. They asked for the laptop. I didn't want to open it again, but they needed the files. One officer watched while I opened the folder and scrolled without clicking, just enough to show the dates. His eyes flicked over the film lines and then to my face, and the sympathy there made me feel even more bare. They took the device and the card as evidence. They photographed the vent, the tape, the screw heads. They asked if there were any other contractors, cleaners, regular visitors with access. I made a list out loud. The handyman, the dog sitter once, a neighbor who'd watered plants. But the name on the invoice kept glowing in my mind, like a neon sign. Before they left, they told me what would happen next. A report, a detective, possible warrants if they could establish probable cause. They said I shouldn't contact the contractor. They said to write down every date I remembered him being here, every time I'd been gone while he worked, any odd comments he might have made after the door closed. My house didn't feel like my house. I walked back to the bathroom and stared at the vent hole like it was an open wound. I taped a piece of paper over it, a childish thing that made me feel slightly less watched. Then I sat in the hallway and listened to nothing until my partner got home. The detective called the next morning. Her voice had that calm, practiced tone that doesn't promise comfort but does promise process. She told me they'd identified the contractor, confirmed he'd been working in our neighborhood, and that my footage appeared consistent with a covert recording device. She said they were moving quickly. Days stretched. Every creak of the house felt accusatory. I replaced the bathroom vent cover. I replaced the lock screws. I bought a little device that detects wireless signals and walked it through each room like I was sweeping for ghosts, even though the real thing was worse than any ghost. Then, on a Tuesday afternoon, The detective called again. This time she didn't pad her words. She said they executed a search warrant at the contractor's home. She said they seized computers and storage devices. She said they found a significant amount of unauthorized footage, organized by address and date. She didn't list what was on it, but the way she paused before saying organized told me everything. She asked me to come in to give a formal statement and to verify certain details. She said there would likely be charges. She said there might be other victims. When I hung up, I sat at my kitchen table and stared at the empty spot where the towel-wrapped camera had been. The sunlight was in the same place it had been when I found it, warming the wood, turning dust motes into glitter. Outside, somebody was mowing a lawn. Somewhere in the neighborhood, life kept doing what it always did. In my bathroom, the new vent cover sat perfectly flush, bright screws catching the light. I stood under it for a long time, looking up, imagining the angle, imagining the months of ordinary moments turned into files with dates. I pressed my palm flat against the tile and told myself out loud that the house was mine again. It didn't sound true yet, but it was the first thing I'd said in days that felt like it belonged to me. My headlights washed over the house numbers and turned them into pale scratches on brick. The app said I was there. The porch light was off. 2 trash cans lay on their sides like they'd been kicked over and left. I killed the engine anyway because that's what I always did at night drops. Quiet, quick, in and out, so nobody came out thinking I was someone else. The street was narrow, lined with parked cars that made a tunnel, and the dark between the streetlights felt thicker than it should have. I'd never been in that neighborhood before. You learn patterns when you drive deliveries long enough. Where the dogs bark, which blocks have the same tired porch chair, where people actually put out a light when they're expecting someone. This block didn't have any of that, just curtains that didn't move, and a TV flicker behind blinds 3 houses down. The order was normal. No weird notes, no call when you arrive, no warning about a gate or a loose step. I double-checked the bag, tucked the receipt inside, and walked up the short path. Gravel crunched under my shoes. I remember thinking I should have worn softer soles. I set the food on the top step and turned back toward my car. That's when I heard footsteps that weren't mine. They came from the side yard and from the street at the same time, fast and loose like people who weren't worried about being seen. The first guy stepped into the yellow pool of the streetlight and the metal in his hand caught the light. Flat and certain. Another shape slid out from behind a parked SUV. Then another. 3, maybe 4. I couldn't get a clean count because my eyes kept snapping back to the gun like it was a magnet. They didn't shout. They didn't need to. One of them lifted his chin toward my car and made a short motion with the gun that said everything. My hands came up without me deciding. I didn't argue, I didn't try to bargain. I had this sudden cold clarity that my job badge and my sir voice meant nothing here. I reached into my pocket, slow, and pulled out my keys. The metal ring clicked against itself, too loud in the quiet. I held them out at arm's length. Another one moved in close. I smelled his breath, sweet like cheap grape drink, and something sharp under it. He was young enough that his cheeks still looked soft. His eyes were hard anyway. He patted my jacket and went straight for my phone like he knew exactly where I kept it. When he yanked it free, the screen lit up for a second and showed my wallpaper. My kid grinning at the park before it went dark in his hand. Wallet, one of them said. Not yelling, just stating it, like he was reading off a list. I took my wallet out and held it with the keys. I tried to keep my fingers from shaking because shaking felt like a mistake you'd pay for. I kept my face blank. I kept my voice out of my throat. They took everything. The kid with the soft cheeks snatched the wallet and flipped it open. Cards fanned out. Cash. He didn't look at the picture on my license for more than a blink. But it felt like I'd been stared through. I thought that was it. Hand over the things, let them go. Stay alive. That's the script you tell yourself to keep from doing something stupid. Then the one closest to me hit me anyway. It wasn't a clean punch. It was a sudden heavy slam across the side of my head that made my ear ring and my teeth clack. My knees bent and gravel bit into my palms as I caught myself. I tasted blood where I'd bitten the inside of my cheek. The world tilted and the porch step blurred. "Get down," someone said, and a shoe connected with my ribs like a lesson. I curled without thinking, arms over my head, trying to make myself small. Another kick landed in my lower back. Not enough to break me, just enough to remind me they could do whatever they wanted and there wasn't a single person on that street stepping out to stop it. Keys jingled. My car door opened. The interior light came on for a second, lighting up their hands and sleeves and the angle of the gun. I saw my delivery bag still on the passenger seat, bright logo like a joke. They moved fast after that. Engine started. Tires crunched over gravel at the edge of the curb. The car backed up in a hard, crooked line, like whoever was driving didn't care if he scraped the bumpers of the cars parked behind me. Then it shot forward and disappeared into the dark at the end of the block. For a few seconds I stayed on the ground, because I didn't trust that it was over. The ringing in my ear made the silence feel like pressure. My fingers were full of stones. My ribs ached every time I drew breath. When I finally pushed myself up, the porch light of the house I'd delivered to was still off. The food bag sat on the step like I'd staged the whole thing for someone's camera. There was no camera, just a street that pretended not to see. I walked, hunched, toward the nearest light I could find. I couldn't run. Running made my side flare and my vision swim. My face felt swollen. The shape of my car not being there made me dizzy in a different way, like my brain kept trying to fill it in. Halfway down the block, I saw a glow through a window. Someone was up. The blinds were half open, and a blue TV light pulsed across the wall. I stepped onto the lawn and tried not to look like I was about to break in. I knocked once, then again harder. A man's face appeared behind the glass. He didn't open the door right away. His eyes went to the street, then back to me. The chain stayed on when he cracked it. I told him my car had been taken. I told him there were guns. I heard my own voice and hated how thin it sounded. He stared at my swollen cheek, at the dirt on my hands, and then he opened the door wider but not all the way. He didn't invite me in. He didn't have to. He just reached around the edge of the door with his phone already in his hand, like he'd been holding it, waiting for a reason. The call connected on speaker. The dispatcher's voice was calm in a way that made my chest tighten. She asked where we were. She asked if anyone was hurt. She asked if the weapons were still on scene. Behind her voice, I could hear the call center, a faint echo of other voices, other emergencies, a steady hum like machinery. I gave the address as best as I could. I described my car make, model, color, because those details suddenly felt like the only thing I had left. I stumbled over the plate number. My mind kept skipping. The dispatcher repeated things back to me, to lock them down. She told me to breathe. She told me officers were being sent. She told me not to go looking for the vehicle. That last part came out sharp, like she'd said it too many times to people who didn't listen. I stood in the doorway light, swaying a little, and tried to keep my eyes on the end of the street where my car had vanished. Every set of headlights that passed in the distance made my stomach clench. A dog barked somewhere behind us, sudden and furious, and it made me flinch like I'd been hit again. The man with the phone kept his body between me and the open air. He didn't touch me, but he anchored the moment with his presence, like he was making sure I didn't drift back into the dark and do something dumb. He answered questions when my words snagged. His voice stayed low when the first cruiser turned onto the block. The red and blue lights bounced off the parked cars and threw color across the houses like a warning. The officer got out slow, hand near his belt, eyes scanning the shadows in the yards. The whole street suddenly looked different, less like a place people lived, more like a set where something bad had just happened, and might still be happening. They asked me to repeat it all. Where I was standing, how many people, what they wore, which direction they went. Did I know them? Had I ever delivered here before? The questions were steady, and I could tell they were trying to build a shape out of my broken pieces of memory. I kept coming back to the same small sounds, my keys clicking, my car door opening, the gravel under someone else's shoes. An ambulance arrived. Lights muted, and a paramedic shined a flashlight into my eyes. He pressed along my ribs and asked where it hurt. I gave him the honest answers. I didn't want to exaggerate, I didn't want to downplay. I just wanted to be factual, like facts could pull me out of it. Later, when the officers drove me to the station because I didn't have a ride, and my phone was gone and my wallet was gone, I watched the city slide past through the window and realized how normal everything looked from a moving car. People at a stoplight, a couple walking a dog, a late-night diner sign humming. The world didn't show what had happened to me unless you were standing exactly where it happened. I went back to that block once, weeks after in daylight, because I thought it might make the memory smaller. It didn't. The house numbers were still scratched on brick. The gravel path was still there. The porch light was still off in the afternoon, because it didn't matter then. I stood at the curb where my car had been, and tried to picture the exact moment it disappeared, and all I could see was the empty space it left behind, clean and silent, like it had never been mine at all. The first thing I remember is the carpet fibers pressed into my cheek like tiny ropes, and the second is the silence of my own house when I couldn't stand up to fill it with anything else. I had reached for the phone beside the recliner, the way I always did after breakfast, and my hand came up empty. My arm felt too long and too heavy. When I tried to roll, a hot, sharp line ran from my hip into my lower back and stole the air out of my lungs. I lay still until the pain eased enough for me to think again, and that was when I understood I was on the floor and staying there. It was morning when I fell. I know that because the light was slanting through the blinds in pale stripes, and I could see dust moving in it. I had gotten up too quickly, like I always promised myself I wouldn't, because the kettle was whistling and I didn't want it to scream itself empty. I took one step, then another, and my foot caught the edge of the rug in front of the chair. My hands went out, but there was nothing to grab. My shoulder hit first, then my hip, then my head bounced hard enough to make the room flash white. It wasn't dramatic. It was fast and stupid and final in the way accidents are. I tried to call out, but the sound came out thin, like I was speaking into a towel. My throat already felt dry, and I could taste old sleep and stale coffee on my tongue. I dragged myself an inch at a time, nails biting at the carpet, but the pain in my hip made every pull feel like it might split me open. The phone was on the side table exactly where I had placed it the night before, out of reach by a small, cruel distance. I could see it, dark and indifferent, with the charging cord curled like a tail. I live alone. That sentence sounds simple until you're staring at your own ceiling from the floor and realizing how much it depends on everything continuing to go right. My wife had been gone for years. My neighbors were kind in the polite way. Waves from driveways. A Christmas card slipped into the mailbox. But they had their own lives, and I never wanted to be the old man who needed things. My daughter lived out of state. She called every day anyway. It had become our small ritual. She'd check in, I'd tell her what I'd eaten, what the weather looked like from my window, whether my knee was acting up. I used to find it embarrassing, the daily accounting of my body. But over time, it was just the rhythm of my days. That first day on the floor, I waited for the phone to ring. I pictured it lighting up, vibrating itself toward me the way I'd seen it do on the couch cushions sometimes, as if it could crawl. Of course it didn't. It just sat there. Hours pass differently when you can't get up. The house made its usual noises, pipes ticking, the refrigerator humming, the faint whir of the furnace kicking on and off, but none of them meant anything. The kettle went quiet. The coffee smell faded. Sunlight moved across the room and climbed the wall, and my hope rose and fell with it like a foolish tide. I tried strategies. I used my belt to hook the leg of the side table, thinking I could drag it closer, but the belt slipped and snapped back against my hand. I tried to push the table with my shoe, but my foot trembled and wouldn't cooperate. I reached for my walker, which was folded and leaned against the wall near the hallway, but it might as well have been in another house. I called out again, then again, and then I stopped because it cost too much. By evening, my mouth felt like paper. I licked my lips until they cracked. When I swallowed, it was like pulling sand down my throat. I had knocked my water glass over in the fall. I could see the dried ring where it had spilled on the hardwood. dark and mocking. Hunger came and went in dull waves, but thirst stayed, a hard bright ache that made my thoughts slow. I slept in pieces. When I woke, my cheek would be stuck to the carpet, and I'd have to peel myself free. My hip throbbed with each heartbeat. I shifted as little as possible. I watched the ceiling fan not moving because I never left it on anymore. I watched shadows gather and then thin again with dawn. I listened for sounds that weren't mine. At some point, my daughter's call came. I didn't hear the ringtone at first, only the faint vibration on the table like a distant insect. When I realized what it was, I tried to move, but my body didn't respond the way I demanded. My arm reached, trembling, fingers scraping air. The vibration stopped. The screen went dark again. The house went back to itself. Panic is not always loud. Mine sat in my chest like a heavy stone. I imagined her looking at her phone, frowning. I imagined her telling herself I was out in the yard, or napping, or had left the thing in the bathroom again. I wanted to send anything. One word, one sound that would cross the distance between us. But the distance wasn't miles. It was inches of carpet and bone and pain. The second day, my thoughts began to fray around the edges. I would close my eyes and see the kitchen in bright detail, as if I were standing there. I would open them and be back on the floor, face level with the baseboard, staring at a small scuff mark I had never noticed before. I tried to measure time by the light, but even that began to blur. Morning came, afternoon came, night came. Each one felt like a test I hadn't studied for. The third day, I stopped thinking in full sentences. My body became the whole story. Dry mouth, aching hip, stiffness in my shoulder, pins and needles in my hands. I could hear my own breathing, shallow and uneven. When I tried to call out, I couldn't make my voice rise past a whisper. I began to understand, in a quiet way, how people disappear without drama, not kidnapped, not swallowed by the earth, just lying in the wrong place, unseen. On the morning they found me, I was half awake and half gone. The light through the blinds looked sharper than it should have, like it was made of glass. I heard something outside, footsteps on the porch, the metallic clink of a mailbox lid, the soft thud of mail sliding through the slot. I couldn't turn my head far enough to see the front door, but I knew the sound. It was a sound that meant the world was still happening. Then there was a heavier noise, more footsteps, voices muffled by the door, the kind of low conversation you have when you don't want to be overheard. My name came through once, stretched and uncertain. I tried to answer. My throat produced a rasp. Something scraped against the lock. The house held its breath. The door opened with a reluctant groan, and cold air rolled across the floor toward me. I heard my daughter's voice then, close enough that it wasn't a memory. She said my name again, louder, and I tried to lift my hand. It moved a few inches and fell. A second set of footsteps entered, steady and purposeful. Someone called out that they were coming in, that they were checking on me. Their shoes crossed the room. A shadow fell over my face. "Here," a man said, and the word landed like an anchor. The moment after that is broken into flashes. A phone being lifted, a voice giving an address. My daughter's knees on the carpet near my head, her hands touching my shoulder, careful, as if I might shatter. I wanted to tell her I was sorry. I wanted to tell her I had tried. I could only make a small sound, and she made a sound back that wasn't a word. The police officer, because that's what he was. I realized by the uniform and the radio at his shoulder, kept his voice calm. He asked me questions in a measured way, the way you speak to someone you don't want to scare. I blinked at him to show I understood. Another person came in behind him, then another. The room filled with movement. Someone brought a stretcher. Someone else knelt and checked my pulse. They talked about dehydration and the fall and how long I'd been down. I caught the numbers like loose threads. The world tilted as they lifted me. Outside, the morning air hit my face and made me shiver. The sky was bright and ordinary. My porch steps looked steeper than I remembered. Neighbors stood at a distance, hands in pockets, eyes wide with the kind of concern that comes too late to do anything but witness. In the ambulance, the ceiling was close. A paramedic held a cup with a sponge at the end of a stick and wet my lips. The water wasn't enough to drink, not really, but it was enough to remind my body what relief felt like. He told me to keep breathing, to stay with him. I focused on the sound of the tires on the road. My daughter's face hovered above me for a moment, then disappeared as the doors closed. At the hospital, everything smelled of clean plastic and antiseptic. Lights glared. Hands moved me from stretcher to bed. A blood pressure cuff tightened around my arm and released. A needle slid into my vein. A bag of fluid hung above me, clear and steady, and I watched the drip as if it were a clock restarting. A doctor told me I was badly dehydrated and injured from the fall. He said I was lucky. I didn't feel lucky. I felt small. They kept me for treatment. They checked my hip and shoulder. They gave me fluids until my mouth stopped feeling like dust. They talked about physical therapy. They talked about how quickly someone my age can decline after a fall. The words were clinical, but the meaning was plain. The floor had almost taken me, and the house had not even noticed. When my daughter came back into my room later, her eyes were red-rimmed, her hair pulled into a quick knot the way it used to be when she was a teenager running late. She held my hand and didn't let go. She told me what she'd seen when she arrived. The doors locked, the mail piled in a messy fan on the porch, the curtains drawn at the wrong angle. She told me she'd called and then driven straight through the night. She told me she'd asked the police to help open the door because she couldn't make herself wait any longer. I listened, and shame mixed with gratitude until I couldn't separate them. Afterward, when I was stronger, we talked about changes. Not big declarations, just practical things that had been avoided for too long. A local neighbor agreed to be a backup check-in. The loose rug was rolled up and taken away. The phone moved from the side table to my pocket, always, and we bought what I had always insisted I didn't need. A wearable alert button, simple and plain, like a small white coin on a strap. I signed the paperwork with a hand that still shook. The day I came home, the house looked the same. But I didn't. I moved slower. I noticed the distance between furniture. I noticed how quiet the rooms could be when nothing disturbed them. I sat in my chair and looked at the patch of carpet where my cheek had pressed for days. The fibers still slightly flattened, as if the floor remembered me. That night. Before I turned off the lamp, I wrapped the alert button around my wrist and tested it once, watching the little light blink back at me. I hated how much comfort that tiny blink gave me. I hated what it admitted, but I was still here, and I wanted to stay that way. I listened to the familiar hum of the refrigerator, the soft ticking of the pipes, and I let the ordinary sounds mean something again, because I bought a simple button for my wrist, and I wear it even when the house is quiet. I first noticed the car because it couldn't decide what lane it belonged in. It was early evening, that in-between hour when the sun is low and everything looks washed in thin gold. I was driving home along the Reservoir Road. 2 lanes, no shoulder worth speaking of, guardrail on the water side and scrubby brush on the other. The air had that damp cold edge that comes off deep water, even in warmer months. And the sky was clear enough that you could see every ripple of heat over the asphalt. Up ahead, a dark sedan drifted right, corrected too hard, then drifted again like the driver was fighting a slow current. Not speeding, not braking, just wandering. At first I assumed distraction, phone, spilled coffee, some argument happening inside the cabin, but the movement had a strange steadiness to it, as if the hands on the wheel were there but weren't quite connected. I backed off the gas and gave them room. I watched for brake lights. None. A couple of oncoming cars passed and the sedan wobbled toward the center line, forcing them to edge away. I flashed my headlights once, then again. No response. The sedan kept floating in its lane, then slightly out of it, then back, like a boat tugging at a weak anchor. The curve ahead is the part everyone talks about after storms. Slick pavement, poor lighting, the way the guardrail dips where a maintenance access breaks it. I've driven it enough to feel my hands tighten there without thinking. The sedan reached that curve and didn't turn in time. It kissed the right edge of the lane, corrected late, overcorrected, and then the whole car slid at a shallow angle straight toward the gap. For a half second, it looked like the guardrail would catch it anyway. Then it found the opening cleanly, like it had been aiming for it. The front end dropped, the rear lifted, and the car left the road with a soft, awful grace. No spin, no roll, just a quick dip, a brief flash of taillights, and then a heavy splash that sent a sheet of water up and outward. I pulled over so hard my tires thumped the gravel, and my seatbelt bit into my shoulder. The engine was still running when I jumped out. My phone was in my hand before I knew I'd grabbed it, screen glowing bright and useless in the fading light. I dialed and put it on speaker as I ran, my shoes crunching on rocks, my breath loud in my ears. The water was darker than I expected, almost black, with a wide ring of ripples spreading from where the sedan went in. The car was still visible, roofline and windows just above the surface, but it was already settling. The sound wasn't cinematic. It was a low, steady gurgle, like someone pouring water into a drain. The dispatcher answered. I gave the location as best I could, choking it out between breaths. Car in the reservoir. Just went in. Maybe two people. My voice sounded thin and far away. I remember the dispatcher asking if I could see anyone, and me saying I was going in. I didn't wait for an answer that felt like permission. The rocks at the edge were slick with algae. I slid the last step, caught myself with one hand, and the cold hit my legs like a blunt object. It stole the air from my lungs. I waded in fast anyway, shoes filling, jeans turning heavy, water climbing my thighs and waist with a steady insistence. The ripples slapped against me, pushing me back, but I kept moving, eyes locked on the sinking shape. When I reached the car, the water was at my chest and rising. I could see movement inside through the open passenger window. An arm, a shoulder, a flash of pale fabric. The driver's window looked open too, or shattered, I couldn't tell. That detail mattered later, when I tried to explain why it went down so quickly. Open windows, broken seals, the body of the car taking on water like a cup with cracks. I hooked my fingers into the passenger window frame and leaned my weight against the door. The car shifted under me, a slow roll toward deeper water. The metal was cold and slick. I shouted without words, just a sound, and reached inside. My hand found a forearm, skin, a sleeve. I gripped and pulled. The person inside resisted, not on purpose, just caught by belt or seat or the angle of the sinking cabin. Water rushed in around my arm, icy and urgent. I dug for a belt latch by feel, fingers scraping hard plastic, then the edge of the buckle. I pressed the release and felt the sudden give. The passenger came loose in a lurch that nearly took me under. Their head broke the surface and they gasped. A raw inhale that sounded like an animal pulled from a trap. Their eyes were open but unfocused. I got an arm under their shoulder and dragged them away from the car, fighting the pull of the water and the weight of my soaked clothes. Behind me, the sedan tilted nose down. The roofline sank to the level of the water. The cabin was filling fast now, and the last pocket of air inside it was shrinking. I turned back, trying to keep the passenger's face up while reaching toward the driver's side. I caught the edge of the roof with one hand and plunged my other arm down along the driver's window, searching blindly. The water was a shock every time I went under, not because it was cold, but because it erased everything. Sound, light, direction. I felt nothing but the smooth curve of the door frame, and then briefly hair against my knuckles. I grabbed, and the hair slipped. I tried again, got fabric this time, and pulled. Something held. The car shifted again, deeper, and my hand lost purchase on the roof. My feet left the bottom. For a moment I was floating beside a sinking box, one arm around a half-conscious stranger, and the other reaching into black water that wanted to keep whatever it had. I went under, eyes open. The world turned green-brown and grainy. I saw the window frame and the blur of a seat. My fingers found the driver's shoulder, and I tried to pull, but the weight didn't move. Belt, seat back, the angle, the car rolled another fraction, and water pushed me away like a hand on my chest. I surfaced hard, coughing, and the passenger in my grip sagged, their mouth dipping toward the surface. I hauled them higher, panic tightening my throat. The sedan's roof slipped beneath the water as if someone had pressed it down. 1 second it was there, the next it was gone. I stood there in chest-deep water, staring at a widening circle of ripples with nothing solid to hold on to. The passenger clung to me weakly, fingers digging into my jacket. I couldn't see the car anymore, only the disturbed surface and a faint trail of bubbles that rose and vanished. I got the passenger to the rocks by sheer stubbornness, half dragging, half carrying. My legs were numb. My hands had stopped feeling like hands. On the shore, I laid them on their side and kept them breathing, talking in short, simple phrases I can't remember afterward. Their coughs were wet and harsh, but they were alive, and that fact felt like the only thing in the world that mattered. Headlights arrived. A truck pulled over, then another car. Someone wrapped a blanket around the passenger. Someone else took my phone because it was still on speaker and I hadn't even noticed. I stood dripping and shaking, staring at the water like I could will the sedan back up. When the first responders arrived, everything got louder and faster. Flashlights skated across the surface. A line was thrown. A medic asked me questions I answered automatically. How many occupants? Where did it go down? Did I see the driver? I kept pointing to the spot. The same spot, even though it looked like nothing at all now. Just dark water reflecting the last light of day. The divers came later, in gear that made them look impossibly prepared compared to the rest of us. They moved with practiced calm, speaking in clipped terms I didn't understand. I remember thinking absurdly that if they'd been there 30 seconds earlier, this might have ended differently. The thought made me angry at time itself. While they worked, a firefighter handed me a form to fill out, and my hands were still shaking so badly I could barely hold the pen. I wrote my name, my number, my statement in messy lines that slanted downhill. On the incident report, I added the reference code so they could tie my statement to the call log and the location notes, something concrete to anchor what felt unreal. When the divers finally surfaced with the second person, they did it gently, as if gentleness could undo what water had already decided. The crowd went quiet in that way people do when they're trying to be respectful and failing, because grief makes noise even when mouths are closed. A sheet was held up. A medic checked, then stopped checking. The driver had been down too long. They took the survivor away in the back of an ambulance. They took the other person away with more care and less urgency. Someone asked me if I wanted to sit down, and I realized I was still standing in my soaked clothes, teeth chattering, staring at the reservoir like it had done something personal to me. I went back to my car when there was nothing left for me to do. The heater blasted against my hands until pins and needles turned into pain. I watched the emergency lights paint the trees in red and blue, watched the water settle back into its usual dark calm. The gap in the guardrail looked too small for a whole life to slip through, but I had seen it happen. Later, when people asked what it was like, I couldn't give them the shape of it. I could only tell them about the cold, the weight, the speed at which a car becomes a stone when water gets inside. I could tell them about a stranger's arm in my hand, and how quickly it can go from a person to a grip you lose. And I could tell them the part that still sits in my chest on quiet evenings, the exact moment the roof disappeared and the surface went smooth again, like it was closing its eye on the last thing I could have saved. I was old enough to notice patterns and too young to name them. My mom kept a binder on the kitchen counter like it was a second appliance. Always there, always within reach. It wasn't school papers. It was dates, screenshots, printed emails, incident numbers, copies of forms, tabs labeled in her neat handwriting. She treated every page like it mattered because she believed, honestly, stubbornly, that if you documented danger correctly, the system would have to respond. The threats had been building for months. Everyone used words like escalating and concerning, as if softer language could dull sharp intent. The man making them was family, a former military officer, the kind of person who spoke like orders and stared like he was evaluating distances. When he was calm, he felt like a locked door. When he wasn't, he felt like a storm looking for something to hit. Mom did everything the right way. She filed. She reported, she asked for protective measures, then asked again when nothing changed. She kept notes from every call, who she spoke to, what time, what they said, what they promised. She took names seriously, like collecting them could become a shield. I remember one night she sat at the table with the binder open and whispered, more to herself than to me, "If something happens, I want there to be no question that we tried." Her eyes were red, but her handwriting stayed steady. The morning it happened, the light was thin and gray, the kind that makes everything look unfinished. The neighborhood was quiet the way early mornings are, trash cans lined up like sentries, and porch lights still on, lawns dark with dew. Inside our house, even the refrigerator seemed muted, as if it didn't want to make noise. Mom was already dressed. That detail sticks like a splinter. Shoes on, hair pulled back, phone charged, binder near the door. She wasn't eating breakfast or humming or moving slowly like people do when they expect an ordinary day. She was listening. There was a sound outside that didn't belong. Car door slammed too hard. Footsteps too direct. Not a neighbor heading to work. Not a jogger. Footsteps that assumed the world would make room. Mom grabbed my wrist and moved us toward the side hall. Her grip was firm, controlled, like she was trying not to transfer fear into me through her fingers. Then the first crack split the air from the front of the house. I didn't understand it at first. My brain tried to label it as something else, something that could be explained away, but another crack followed, and then an adult voice I recognized rose up and cut off. So suddenly the silence that replaced it felt loud. Mom's face did something I'd never seen. Not panic exactly. Resolution, like a switch flipping. She didn't go toward the sound. She didn't hesitate to gather anything except what mattered. She pulled me to the side door and pushed it open. Cold air slapped my cheeks. The street was still, almost pretty in the pale dawn, but our front yard had an extra car in it. Wrong shape, wrong presence. Even from a distance I could feel it. This wasn't random. This was a plan arriving on time. We ran. Mom half dragged me through the yard, through the gap between hedges, straight to the neighbor's porch. She pounded on the door with the side of her fist, fast and hard like she could knock safety into existence. The neighbor opened quickly, eyes wide, already alerted by the sound. No one said full sentences. There was only motion, hands pulling us inside, feet skidding on tile, a door closing too softly behind us because nobody wanted to make the wrong kind of noise. The neighbor's living room looked normal, in a way that made everything worse. A folded blanket on the couch, a coffee mug waiting on the counter, the television off. Normal things that didn't know they were about to be ruined. Mom's phone was in her hand, thumb moving. She was trying to call. She was trying to do it the way you're supposed to. She had the binder tucked against her side like armor, like she still believed paper could stop what was coming, if it was official enough. Then the front door shook. Not a knock, a hit. The frame complained. The neighbor took a step toward it on instinct, like being a good person meant you answered even when you shouldn't. Mom pulled me back toward the hallway and put her body between me and the living room. Shoulders squared. The door gave way, and he came in. I saw him in fragments. Boots on the tile, the angle of his arm, his face set in that grim, rehearsed focus. He didn't look surprised to find us there. He looked like he'd already pictured this part. The neighbor lifted a hand, mouth opening as if words might matter. They didn't. Sound hit the room again. Sharp. Final. The neighbor collapsed, and the world seemed to tilt with them. Mom made a small noise. Not quite a scream, like the air had been punched out of her. She stepped forward, not to fight, but to block. It was the only move she had left that wasn't begging. Another sharp crack. Mom folded to the floor. The binder slipped from her arm and spilled open. Pages fanning across the tile dates, highlighted lines. Neatly printed proof that this had been coming. All of it suddenly weightless, useless. Just paper in the wrong place at the wrong time. My chest tightened so hard I couldn't make sound. I tried to move to her, but a hand clamped around my arm and yanked me upright. His grip was iron. He didn't speak to me like a person. I wasn't a person to him. I was something he could take to keep control, to keep the world chasing him instead of catching him. He dragged me through the house and out into the morning. The neighborhood was still quiet. A sprinkler clicked on a few houses down, sending a gentle arc of water into the air, as if nothing had changed. Birds called once, then went silent. The sky was getting lighter, and I hated it for being so indifferent. He shoved me into his car. The door slammed. The engine started. He pulled away like he had all the time in the world, obeying stop signs, checking mirrors, driving like he was still a disciplined man and not a disaster. My arm throbbed where his fingers had been. My mouth tasted like metal. I sat rigid, staring at the passing houses, trying to memorize anything that could help someone find me. Time did strange things. Minutes stretched, then snapped. I remember a gas station sign, the smell of fast food near a drive-thru, the way the sun climbed like it was following routine. He didn't talk. He didn't need to. The silence in the car felt like another weapon. Eventually, we turned into a public parking lot, the kind with wide lanes and painted lines and people who thought they were starting an ordinary day. He parked between two cars like blending in would make him invisible. His breathing was steady. His hands were steady, like he believed he'd outsmarted consequences. Then I saw it. The slow approach of police vehicles, not rushing, not blaring, just closing the circle with a calm that felt unreal. Doors opened, voices carried, firm, controlled, practiced. He looked left, right, then down at me, and for a heartbeat I thought he might do something worse, just because he could, but he didn't. His shoulders dropped a fraction, as if something inside him finally accepted the inevitable. He put his hands where they could be seen and stepped out. The officers moved in, swift and careful. Someone opened my door, and a different hand, gentler, human, reached for me. I stumbled out into the sunlight, blinking hard, lungs burning like I'd been holding my breath for years. An officer crouched to my height and said my name like it mattered, like it was real, like I was safe to hear it again. Behind him, the man was being taken away without a struggle, neat and contained, as if what he'd done could be packaged and filed. Later, people would say things like without incident, and the child was found unharmed, and those words would sit wrong in my mouth for the rest of my life. Because harm isn't only bruises. Harm is learning that the binder on the counter was never a shield. Harm is realizing that every highlighted threat was a flare shot into the sky, that no one bothered to look up at until the fire was already in the house. If you ask me when it began, I won't say the morning of the gunshots. I'll say it began with the first report that didn't lead to action, the first promise that didn't turn into protection, the first time the system treated warnings like paperwork instead of a countdown. I remember the last thing I saw before the car door closed on that morning. My mom's binder on the neighbor's floor. Pages spread open like a map to a tragedy everyone claimed was sudden. And I remember thinking, even then, even as a kid, that all those words were screaming and no one was listening. The last elevator of the night had already gone down, and the building felt like it was holding its breath. I was at my desk on the 8th floor with only the glow of 2 monitors, and the thin, constant hiss of the HVAC to keep me company. Outside the glass, the city was a quilt of scattered lights and black gaps. Inside, the carpet and cubicles swallowed sound so well that even my own typing felt rude. I wasn't breaking any rules by staying late, but I was following the ones that mattered. Badge in my pocket, phone charged, office door kept closed. If I needed to step out, I'd lock up. The company's safety training had always felt like something designed for someone else, for a different kind of incident in a different kind of place. 8 floors up, behind card readers and cameras, it was easy to believe you were insulated from the street. The first noise didn't register as danger. It was faint, low, like a metal drawer being yanked open somewhere far below me. I paused with my hands hovering over the keyboard. The building made odd sounds at night. Pipes ticking, vents flexing. Then I heard it again, sharper this time. A clatter that rang out and then died quickly, as if someone had tried to be quiet and failed. I pushed my chair back without letting it squeak and stood. I listened. Nothing for a beat. Then, from the direction of the stairwell core, a dull thump and the squeal of something dragged across tile. I didn't go to investigate. That was the first thing we were told in every security briefing. Don't play hero, don't wander toward uncertainty, don't assume it's nothing. I crossed the open office to the small interior conference room we used as a secure space after hours. It wasn't a vault, but it had a solid door. No exterior windows and a lock that engaged from the inside. The room sat close enough to the security panel and the emergency phone that it was part of the building's shelter plan, a phrase that always made me think of tornadoes. I stepped inside and closed the door with slow pressure until the latch clicked. I turned the thumb lock. Only then did I let myself breathe out. My phone was in my hand before my brain finished deciding. I dialed emergency services and kept my voice low. Not a whisper, just controlled. I gave the address first, then the floor. I said I was alone, that I'd heard what sounded like a forced entry on a lower level. I described the noises, the direction, the fact that our building was supposed to be locked down after 10. The dispatcher kept me talking in short, steady questions. Where exactly was I? Could I see the stairwell door? Did I hear voices? I told them the truth. No voices yet, just movement and impact, like metal and plastic, and a door that didn't want to open. Then I heard a sound that made the hair lift along my arms. It came up through the building in a way that felt intimate, like the structure itself was carrying it to me. A door alarm, brief, choked, then cut off. Not the loud, continuous one you hear during drills. More like a yelp. Someone's inside, I said, because at that point it wasn't a theory. A few minutes can stretch into something unrecognizable when you're locked in a room listening for footsteps. The conference room smelled like dry erase marker and stale coffee. I crouched by the interior wall, away from the door, and kept the phone close to my mouth. The dispatcher told me officers were on the way and asked me to stay where I was. From my position, I could see the slice of hallway through the narrow gap beneath the door. It was dark out there, except for the emergency lights that cast a weak greenish glow. The carpet outside would hide a person's approach, but it couldn't hide everything. The building had its own language at night. The soft click of a badge reader, the whine of an elevator motor, the sigh of air pressure equalizing when a stairwell door opened. I heard that sigh, not on my floor, not yet, but somewhere below, traveling up through the stairwell column. Another thump followed, then a quick series of taps, like someone testing a locked door with the impatience of a person who expected it to give. After that, there were voices, muffled and moving, words blurred into tone. They weren't laughing, they sounded intent, clipped. I couldn't make out sentences, only the way sound shifted as the speakers walked through space. At least 2, maybe more. The dispatcher asked if I could estimate how many. I said I couldn't be sure, but it was more than one. A heavy object scraped, then something hit the floor hard enough that it vibrated through the wall into my shoulder. The building absorbed it and then gave it back to me as a faint rattle in the ceiling tiles. I pictured filing cabinets being pulled open, drawers dumped, a crowbar biting into metal. I pictured the quiet confidence that comes from doing something like that with time to spare. That was the part that got under my composure. Not the noise, the assumption behind it that nobody would be here. I stayed still. I kept my breathing even. I didn't move to barricade the door with a chair because the room was already designed to lock, and dragging furniture would announce my presence. The training was very clear about sound, about not giving a person a reason to focus on your location. In that moment, I became a collection of small decisions. Don't cough. Don't shift on the carpet. Don't let the phone vibrate against the table. The voices moved higher. I heard the stairwell door open again, closer this time, followed by footsteps that did not belong to a cleaning crew. Too fast, too irregular. Someone stopped in the hallway outside my suite. The sound changed as if they'd turned their head and listened. My body wanted to shrink into the wall. I kept my posture low and stable, as if being composed could make me invisible. The dispatcher spoke softly, checking that I was still there. I answered with the shortest possible words, checking that I was still there. I answered with the shortest possible words. A faint clicking noise came from the direction of the main office entrance. the card reader being tried, maybe with a stolen badge, maybe with a tool. Another click, then a frustrated knock like knuckles against glass. The suite door held. Something bumped against the exterior door again. Harder. The sound wasn't a crash, it was measured, like a shoulder or a boot applied with control. They weren't trying to announce themselves. They were trying to find the fastest way through without causing a spectacle. I tasted copper at the back of my throat and realized I'd bitten my cheek. Then, somewhere outside, a different sound intruded, distant at first, then clearer, the low wail of sirens approaching. Not the blare of a fire engine, but the rising and falling cry of police units cutting through night streets. It bled into the building through the glass and concrete, vibrating in a way the internal noises hadn't. The dispatcher confirmed what my ears already knew. Officers were arriving. The voices in the hallway shifted immediately. I heard quick footsteps retreating, then a door opening and slamming. The building responded with that familiar air pressure sigh. A moment later, another set of footsteps, more hurried now, pounded down the stairwell. The dispatcher told me to stay put, that officers would be entering the building, that they needed to clear it methodically. I pictured them at the front entrance, checking locks, communicating in calm, clipped phrases. I pictured flashlights cutting across the lobby, reflections sliding over polished stone, and I pictured the people inside hearing those same things and realizing the window was closing. From my conference room, I heard a distant crash that could have been a rear door being forced, or a push bar being hit too hard, or a body colliding with something in panic. That sound was followed by movement, fast, confused, shoes on tile, a metallic clatter like keys or a tool dropped. Someone hissed something, a sharp whisper that didn't carry words, only urgency. The dispatcher asked me if I could stay on the line. I said yes. My voice surprised me by sounding like mine. There was a stretch of time where I heard almost nothing except the building's machinery and the far-off echo of activity on lower floors. It was the worst part. Silence gives your mind room to imagine every possible mistake. I kept my eyes on the narrow gap under the door and watched the green glow pulse faintly with the emergency lighting cycle. Then from below I heard a short burst of yelling, brief, commanding, unmistakably law enforcement. It wasn't a conversation, it was control being asserted. Footsteps surged, then stopped abruptly. A scuffle of movement, like bodies shifting position rather than fighting. One voice protested, high and strained, and then cut off. My pulse hit hard once, like my heart had been waiting for permission to react. The dispatcher's tone changed, becoming lighter in a professional way. Officers had located suspects attempting to exit through a rear door, she said. The perimeter had held. They were being detained. She told me to remain in place until an officer came to me directly. She repeated it twice, as if repetition could build a wall around me. I stayed locked inside that conference room until I heard a knock that was slow and deliberate, followed by a clear identification from the other side. I didn't open the door until I saw a uniform through the small hallway window across from the conference room, a flashlight beam angled down, not searching wildly. When I finally turned the thumb lock, my hand trembled in a way I hadn't allowed it to before. An officer asked if I was hurt. I said no. He asked me to step out slowly, to keep my hands visible. I did, feeling the open office like a stage I didn't want to be on. Another officer moved past me toward the suite entrance, scanning corners that had never seemed like places a person could hide. They walked me down the stairs instead of using the elevator. The stairwell smelled faintly of dust and concrete, and the sound of our steps was too loud in the enclosed space. On the lower floors, doors stood ajar that should have been closed. A few cabinets were open. A security panel cover hung crooked, as if someone had pried at it without knowing what they were doing. In the rear corridor near the loading area, I saw the aftermath in small details. A door with fresh scuffs around the push bar, a dropped glove, a tool left behind on the floor like an afterthought. In the distance, beyond a row of dumpsters under harsh exterior lighting, I caught a glimpse of two figures sitting on the curb with their hands behind their backs. Officers standing over them, posture steady and unemotional. Their faces were turned away from me, and I was glad for that. Outside, the night air was colder than I expected. Siren lights washed red and blue over the building's clean facade, turning the glass into something unstable. I stood with my arms crossed, not because I was cold, but because my body needed a boundary. I watched an officer tape off the rear door, and another speak into a radio with the casual competence of someone who had done this before. The building loomed above us, all those lit and unlit windows stacked neatly in the dark, and I realized how thin the promise of security had been. Locks and cameras and policies were only layers. What mattered in the end was that I didn't go looking, that I didn't make noise, that I stayed in contact, and that the perimeter closed before the people inside found what they were hunting. When it was over, and my manager arrived bleary-eyed and pale, and the officers finished their reports, I walked back to my car alone. The parking garage echoed with ordinary sounds again. My shoes, my keys, my car door. I sat for a long moment before turning the ignition, staring at the office building's rear entrance in my mirror, until the flashing lights faded and it looked like nothing had happened at all. The first time I knew we were truly lost was when my boot broke through a crust of old snow and sank to my shin in black slush. The trail we'd been following didn't feel like a trail anymore. It felt like a suggestion, flattened moss, snapped twigs, the occasional blaze half swallowed by lichen. Above us, the ridgeline vanished into low cloud, and the forest tightened around our shoulders like wet wool. There were 4 of us, all weekend hikers with just enough confidence to get stupid. I'd done a basic wilderness course years ago. How to keep warm, how to find water, how to not panic when plans collapse. That knowledge didn't make me brave. It just gave my hands something to do when my mind wanted to spin apart. We'd started that morning under a pale sun, the kind that makes you underestimate mountains. The forecast had mentioned a chance of precipitation, which up here was a polite way of saying the sky might decide to hurt you. We were supposed to loop around a basin and meet the main trail again by late afternoon. Somewhere near a saddle, we followed what looked like a cut-through. It was narrower, steeper, and it shaved time off the map. At least we told ourselves it did. By midday, the wind arrived with teeth. Rain came first, thin and slanted, then thickened into something that wasn't quite rain anymore. It struck the fir needles with a hiss and rolled off in sheets. The temperature dropped fast enough that the sweat under my jacket turned cold. When we stopped to check the map, water beaded on the paper and blurred the ink. The compass needle wobbled, then settled, then wobbled again as gusts pushed our bodies around. We tried to correct. We tried to find the last landmark we recognized. Every direction looked like the same wet corridor of trunks and rock. We made the first real mistake when we agreed, without saying it, that we could just keep going and hit something. Another trail, a creek, a road. We were on a mountainside that didn't care about our optimism. We side-hilled through Slick Salal and Devil's Club until one of us slid 10 feet downslope and caught a branch with both arms. No one was injured, but the incident rewired the mood. It wasn't a hike anymore. It was problem-solving under pressure. I forced myself into routine. Stop. Breathe. Drink. Eat. Check for shivering. Check for wet layers. Move before we cool too much. In bad weather, motion is warmth. In worse weather, motion becomes risk. We found a shallow rock overhang and huddled under it to get out of the wind. My fingers were already clumsy. My phone, pulled from a waterproof pouch, showed a mocking emptiness, no service. I turned it off to save battery. One of the others had a GPS watch, but it had been struggling all day, the map loading in fragments. We argued about the last point we were sure of. The debate went nowhere because certainty had leaked out of us like heat. The rain turned to sleet sometime in the afternoon. It didn't just fall, it drove sideways, hard enough to sting exposed skin. The forest floor became a sponge. Every step made a quiet sucking sound. When I looked at my friends, I saw their faces tightening into that flat, stubborn focus people get when they're trying not to admit fear. We decided to stop moving before dark. A bad decision made quickly is still better than a bad decision made in the dark with numb hands. We picked a stand of thick fir near a fallen log. and made a low shelter with a tarp and whatever deadfall we could drag without wandering too far. Everything was wet, but the trees gave us a little protection. I scraped a shallow trench to keep runoff from pooling where we lay. It was basic, unglamorous work. It kept us alive. Night in a storm was mostly sound. Wind high up, wind low down. Rain ticking the tarp, branches knocking each other like bones. We didn't sleep much. We shifted to keep circulation. We ate slowly, because there was no point in pretending the snacks would last if we treated them like comfort. In the gray hour before dawn, I turned my phone on and climbed a short rise, careful not to lose sight of our shelter. One bar appeared and vanished. Then, like a cruel trick, it returned one thin bar of cell service that flickered in and out with the wind. My hand shook as I opened the emergency call screen. The call didn't connect. I tried again. This time it rang once, then dropped. I didn't waste battery on a third attempt. I switched to text and typed with stiff thumbs, keeping it as short as possible. Lost. 4 hikers. Need rescue. Cold and wet. I added the coordinates from the phone's location function and hit send. The message hung for a moment, then changed to sent. I stared at that word until my eyes watered. It was such a small thing, such a fragile thread to throw into all that wilderness. I went back down to the others and told them the message had gone through. No cheering, no relief, just a collective exhale, and the quiet work of waiting. Waiting is harder than moving. Waiting gives your brain time to imagine everything that can go wrong. The storm eased and returned in cycles. Sometimes the clouds lifted just enough to show pale bands of rock above the trees. Sometimes the sky dropped so low, it felt like we were walking inside a soaked blanket. We tried, carefully, to move toward more open ground during lulls, marking our route with bright tape and snapped branches. But visibility would collapse again, and the forest would swallow every reference point. More than once we stopped because none of us could say, with honesty, which way was safer. On the second day, we heard a distant sound that might have been an aircraft, or might have been wind moving through a notch in the ridge. We scrambled to a small clearing and waved jackets until our shoulders burned. Nothing appeared. The sound faded. The disappointment hit like a physical blow, and I watched it drain energy from the group in real time. Technology had given us a single successful scent, and now it gave us silence. We rationed food. We melted sleet in a pot and drank it warm when we could. We checked each other for the signs I remembered from class. Uncontrolled shivering, slurred speech, confusion. Exposure is sneaky. Dehydration is quieter than panic, but it saps strength faster than people expect in cold weather. Nobody wanted to admit how thirsty they were, because admitting thirst meant admitting we were running out of options. On the third day, the terrain turned against us in a new way. The slope steepened and the ground became loose rock under a thin layer of needles. Every step slid. The trees grew more widely spaced, as if the mountain was tiring of supporting them. We had started moving again because staying put felt like surrender, and because we thought we might find a creek we could follow downhill. Instead, we found a drop-off we couldn't descend safely, a ragged cliff hidden behind brush. We backed away on our hands and feet, hearts hammering, and returned to the last patch of flatter ground we'd seen. My patience frayed, not at anyone in particular, at the mountain, at the weather, at the way our phones, our maps, our little conveniences had become dead weight. By then, the clouds were higher, and the light had a different quality. Thin sun filtered through mist. I remember looking up and realizing I could see farther than I had in days. I also remember how small that made me feel. The forest rolled in every direction, rippled by ridges and cut by gullies. All the same shades of wet green and stone. The sound came again, and this time it grew instead of fading. I didn't shout. Shouting wastes breath and turns you dizzy when you're already depleted. I moved, fast but careful, to the most open spot we had, and pulled a bright orange emergency blanket from my pack. I shook it hard so it snapped and flashed. The others joined me, waving jackets, lifting trekking poles overhead. The noise deepened into a steady thrum that you could feel in your ribs. A helicopter slid into view over the treetops. Small at first, then suddenly close enough that the downdraft punched cold air into our faces. The pilot banked, circled once, then hovered. I saw a door open. I saw a figure lean out and point. For a second, I couldn't move. My legs went weak with the simple fact of being seen. Later, when everything had calmed down, one of the rescuers told us our case had been logged under an incident tag that looked like a random string, FICO. At the time, it meant nothing to me. It was just how systems keep track of human emergencies. But I've never forgotten how strange it felt, hearing our fear reduced to a label and a set of coordinates. The extraction took time. The terrain didn't care that help had arrived. The rotor wash threw needles and grit into our eyes. We followed directions in short, simple steps, because complex instructions can break people when they're exhausted. One by one, we were guided to a safer pickup point where the helicopter could land. My hands wouldn't stop trembling, even when I tried to clench them into fists. In the back of the aircraft, the world shrank to noise and vibration, and the smell of fuel. A medic wrapped a blanket around my shoulders and pressed a bottle of warm fluid into my hands, watching until I drank. My lips were cracked. My throat burned. The relief was sharp enough to hurt. At the staging area, search and rescue teams moved with the steady efficiency of people who know the land's cruelty and show up anyway. They checked us for frostnip and hypothermia, asked about injuries, took our names. Someone started an IV on one of my friends whose skin had gone gray around the mouth. Another rescuer told us they'd been trying to reach the coordinates we sent, but the forest and the weather had slowed ground teams and made some routes impossible. The aerial unit had finally gotten a break in cloud cover long enough to sweep the ridges, exposure and dehydration. The medic said, "Treatable. Lucky." When I finally sat in the warmth of an ambulance, I watched water stream down the window in steady lines. My reflection looked older, not from time, but from a few days spent learning how quickly confidence dissolves when the weather changes and the batteries die. Outside, the mountains waited behind curtains of cloud, indifferent as ever, and I understood with a clarity that felt like ice that we hadn't been rescued by technology. We'd been rescued by people who went into the storm when our signal wasn't enough, and found us anyway. The house felt too quiet the moment the front door clicked shut behind my aunt. Midday light pressed through the blinds in thin bright stripes across the living room carpet, and dust floated in them like tiny insects. I stood there with my shoes still on, listening to the refrigerator hum and the far-off sound of a lawnmower somewhere down the block. She'd said she'd be gone only a little while. The kind of little while that made a kid believe nothing could change. I wondered because there was nothing else to do. I wasn't supposed to turn the TV on when she wasn't there, and the kitchen snacks had already been counted out for the day. I carried my boredom from room to room like a weight in my hands, touching the backs of chairs, running my finger along picture frames, peeking into corners like I might find something new in a place I'd been 100 times. Her bedroom door was cracked open. I didn't think of it as breaking a rule at first. I thought of it the way kids think of any partly open door, an invitation. Sunlight spilled across the edge of her bedspread, and the room smelled faintly like laundry soap and the powder she put on her hands. I stepped inside and stood still, letting my eyes adjust to the dimmer light. Her nightstand drawer sat a little open, just enough for me to see that there was something inside that didn't belong with pins and coins and hair ties. It was dark and solid and shaped wrong for a flashlight. My heart did that quick, excited hop. It always did when I thought I'd found something grown up. I pulled the drawer open the rest of the way. It wasn't hidden under anything. It wasn't locked up. It was just there, lying on top of a folded cloth like it had been set down in a hurry and forgotten. The metal looked dull in the low light, heavy in a way that made my hands feel small even before I touched it. I had seen guns on TV. I had seen them in movies where heroes held them steady and never seemed to feel the weight. Up close, it looked less like a hero's tool and more like a mistake that had been given a shape. I reached in anyway. That's the part I can't soften, even after years of replaying it in my head. My curiosity wasn't brave or clever. It was just curiosity, the kind that makes you pick up a bee because you want to see its wings. The grip was colder than I expected. The gun was heavier than it looked. When I lifted it, the drawer creaked under the sudden absence of weight, and the sound seemed too loud in the quiet house. I held it with both hands because one hand didn't feel like enough. My fingers didn't fit around it the way an adult's would, and that made me squeeze harder. I didn't know what I was doing. I didn't know about safeties or chambers or how fast a single wrong movement becomes a permanent thing. I only knew that it was real, and it was in my hands, and it made my skin prickle the way it did when I stood too close to the edge of a pool. I turned it slightly, trying to make sense of the parts. The muzzle pointed somewhere without me thinking about where. The thought that it could be loaded came and went like a shadow, brushed aside by the louder thought that adults wouldn't leave something dangerous out where a kid could find it. That was the lie my brain offered me. That was the lie I accepted. My finger found the trigger, because triggers are made to be found. I didn't mean to pull it the way people pull it in movies. I meant to touch it. I meant to test the feeling of it just a little. There was a sound that didn't match anything I'd ever heard indoors. It wasn't like a firecracker outside. It was a hard, violent crack that filled the room and pushed against my ears. The force of it jolted through my hands, and the gun kicked like it was alive. For a second, my mind refused to understand what had happened. Then heat flared through me, sharp and overwhelming, and my legs buckled as if the floor had tilted. The gun slipped from my hands and hit the carpet with a dull thud that seemed impossible after that loud crack. I tried to inhale, and my breath came in a shallow, broken pull that didn't feel like enough air. The room spun. The stripes of sunlight from the blinds shifted across the walls like they were moving. I remember thinking with weird clarity that my aunt would be mad about the noise. I remember trying to call out, and no sound came the first time. When it finally did, it didn't sound like my voice. It sounded thin, frightened, and far away. I stumbled toward the doorway, one hand pressed instinctively to myself, not even sure where to put it, only sure that something was wrong and getting worse by the second. My knees hit the carpet near the bed, and I crawled because standing felt impossible. The world narrowed to the pattern of the carpet fibers and the edge of the doorframe, and the taste of something metallic in my mouth. Time turned strange. The house was still quiet except for my own ragged breathing, and the fast, frantic thump of my heart. I tried to be careful, like if I moved the right way I could undo what had happened. That's how a kid's brain works when it hits something too big. It looks for a trick. It looks for a reset button. I don't know how long I lay there, half in the bedroom and half in the hallway, seeing the ceiling fan's shadow crawl slowly across the paint. When the front door opened again, it sounded like salvation and disaster at the same time. Footsteps rushed in, then stopped hard. I heard my aunt's breath catch. I heard her say my name, once, like she didn't recognize it in her own mouth. The rest came in flashes, her hands hovering over me because she didn't know where to touch, her voice climbing higher as she called for help. The way she grabbed her phone so tightly her knuckles went pale. I didn't understand all her words. I understood fear. I remember sirens arriving, growing louder until they filled the street, then the front yard, then the house. The sound bounced off the walls and made the whole place feel like it was trembling. Strangers came in fast, voices firm and urgent. They moved with practiced speed, and in the middle of their controlled motions I felt how out of control everything had become. There wasn't time for explanations. There wasn't time for anything except stopping whatever was happening to me from getting worse. I was lifted onto something narrow and hard. A bright light shone into my eyes. Someone told me to keep breathing. Someone else asked questions I couldn't answer. I focused on the ceiling again as it slid past above me, and I remember the sharp smell of something clean and chemical, like the inside of a new plastic box. Outside, midday sun hit my face. Too bright, too ordinary. The sky looked the same as it had when my aunt left, as if the world hadn't noticed my life splitting into a before and after. The ambulance doors shut and the siren started again, close and deafening. I watched my aunt's face through a small rear window for a moment, her mouth moving as she spoke into her phone, her eyes wild and wet. Then the doors were opaque, and she was gone, and I was surrounded by strangers and the relentless wail of the siren. In the hospital, time broke into pieces. Lights overhead, cold sheets, the pressure of a mask. Voices that sounded calm even when they moved quickly. My body felt both too heavy and not mine at all. Every so often I would surface into awareness and then sink again, as if my mind couldn't bear to stay. They told me later I was in critical condition when I arrived. They told me later how close it was. I don't remember the exact moment the fear settled into something else, something quieter and heavier, but I remember waking up days later with the world softened around the edges, tubes and beeps, and the steady rhythm of machines doing work my body couldn't do alone. I remember staring at the ceiling tiles and feeling the weight of my own survival, like a question. People came to see me, careful with their faces, careful with their voices. They talked about how lucky I was. They said it like luck was a blanket you could wrap around a wound. I watched my aunt sit in a chair that didn't look made for sleeping, her shoulders slumped, her eyes hollow from days without rest. She didn't say much. She didn't have to. Everything we couldn't say lived in the air between us. Later, after I got out, after the physical therapy and the quiet conversations behind closed doors, after the adults stopped whispering when they thought I wasn't listening, I wrote down what I could remember. Not because I wanted to relive it, but because I didn't trust my own mind not to smooth the edges until it felt less real. I kept the account in a plain notebook at the back of my dresser, the kind of place a kid hides things that matter. It's strange to live with a moment that was preventable. Not a storm, not a random tragedy, just a failure to lock a drawer, to put something dangerous where small hands couldn't reach. The older I get, the more unreal that carelessness feels, and the more real the consequences become. Sometimes, in the middle of an ordinary afternoon, I still notice the way sunlight falls through blinds in bright stripes, and my stomach tightens before I even know why. I picture that half-open drawer. I picture my hands reaching without understanding, and I think about how fast an innocent kind of curiosity can turn into sirens, white hospital lights, and a quiet house that never feels safe again. The first thing that made me sit up in bed wasn't a sound. It was the sudden wash of light sliding across the ceiling, as if someone outside had turned their headlights toward the house and held them there. I live on a rural stretch where the road narrows into gravel, and the mailboxes start to lean. At night, a car passing is rare enough that you notice it in your bones. That night, the light didn't move on. It lingered, brightened, then faded in a slow pulse like the driver was shifting, inching, deciding. I rolled out of bed and crossed to the front window without turning on a lamp. From there, I could see the long line of our drive and the gate at the end, black against the paler gravel. Beyond it, where the county road dipped past the cottonwoods, a vehicle sat parked on the shoulder with its lights off. The shape was wrong for the neighborhood, lower than a ranch truck, taller than a sedan, an SUV maybe, dark, no interior glow, no movement. I stood there long enough for my eyes to adjust and for my mind to start filling the quiet with possibilities. A neighbor in trouble, someone lost, someone casing houses. I'd had enough small problems over the years, tools walking off, a gate chain cut once, that my first instinct was always protective. I didn't want to wake my wife, but I did want her behind a locked door. I checked the latch, then took my phone and my flashlight from the kitchen drawer. Outside, the cold hit my face like a wet cloth. The yard was still, the kind of still where you can hear your own boots compressing frozen dirt. No wind, no coyotes. Even the dogs down the road were silent. The stars were sharp enough to look close. I kept the flashlight angled down as I walked, more to keep my night vision than to hide myself. The drive is long and straight. You can see a good distance both ways. Halfway to the gate, I stopped and listened. Nothing. No engine. No doors. No footsteps. The unknown vehicle remained a dark lump by the roadside, tucked just off the gravel as if it had tried to disappear. When I reached the gate, I didn't open it right away. I stood behind the post, using it like it could somehow stop anything that decided to come at me, and scanned the ditch line. The roadside here drops into a shallow drainage with tall grass and old tumbleweed skeletons. The beam of my flashlight picked up frost on the wire, the reflective blink of a distant fence marker, and then, near the SUV, something pale and unsteady, a person rose from a crouch by the passenger side. They came up too quickly like they'd been startled, and their balance went sideways. One hand slapped the door for support, the other arm lifted, palm out, as if they were signaling me to stop. Their clothes looked wrong for the cold. A thin jacket, no hat, jeans too light for February nights. I didn't speak from the gate. I didn't want to add my voice to a situation I didn't understand. Instead, I watched their posture, the way their head moved, the way they kept glancing past me toward my property as if something was behind me. The flashlight caught the shine of their eyes for a moment. Then they looked away hard, like looking straight was painful. They started toward the gate with quick, uneven steps, then stopped, then started again. Each time they moved, their shoulders hunched as if expecting a blow. I raised the flashlight enough to put the beam on the ground in front of them and kept it there, a bright boundary line. That finally made them pause. Their chest heaved, and in the brief silence between breaths, I heard a faint sound from the SUV, maybe a phone vibrating, maybe metal cooling, maybe nothing at all. In the dark, everything tries to become a signal. From where I stood, I could see their hands, empty, fingers splayed, trembling slightly. Their mouth moved like they were talking, but I couldn't make out the words until they came a step closer. They said they needed help. They said someone was after them. They said a car had been following them for miles. Then, almost in the same breath, they said they'd been walking for hours because their ride left them. The story shifted as if it was trying to find a shape that would make me react the way they wanted. I kept my distance and asked one simple question: where did they come from? They answered with a town name that didn't make sense for the direction they'd been traveling. Then they corrected it. Then they said they weren't sure. Their eyes kept darting to the dark line of cottonwoods that bordered the road, and every time a branch creaked under its own weight, they flinched. My phone felt heavy in my pocket. I didn't want to escalate anything, but the combination of isolation and unpredictability put a hard knot in my stomach. The person's skin looked damp, like sweat cooling too fast. Their jaw worked side to side. They scratched at the inside of their elbow through the fabric, fast and distracted, like they couldn't stop. They asked if they could come in. They asked if I had a gun. They asked if I'd seen a black truck. They asked if I could hide them. The questions came out in a rush, and the more they talked, the less their words matched their expression. They looked terrified and wired at the same time, like fear had turned into fuel. I told them I could call for help, that I wasn't letting anyone onto my property. But I would call. They nodded too hard, then shook their head, then nodded again. They said police couldn't be trusted. Then they begged me to call them anyway. Then they said if I called, they would know where they were. When I asked who they were, their eyes went unfocused, tracking something over my shoulder that I couldn't see. I swept the flashlight across the road behind me. Slow and deliberate. Empty gravel. The ditch grass bowed under frost. No headlights. No silhouettes. Still, the person's gaze stayed fixed in that direction, and their breathing sped up until it sounded like something mechanical. I stepped back from the gate and pulled out my phone. My thumb hovered over the screen. My hands were steady, but my thoughts weren't. If this was a setup, calling would bring witnesses. If this was real, calling would bring help. Either way, I didn't want to be the only person out there with them in the dark. I dialed and kept my eyes on the person while the line rang. They started pacing along the shoulder of the road, tight little circles as if staying still would make something catch up to them. Their feet crunched on gravel, then stopped. Crunch, stop. They pressed both hands to their temples and rocked once. When the dispatcher answered, I spoke quietly and plainly. Rural address, unknown individual near my gate, claims of being chased, erratic behavior, requesting an officer to check. I didn't embellish. I didn't diagnose. I just described what I could see. The person heard me talking and surged toward the gate again, not running but urgent, like they'd been released from a restraint. I raised my free hand, palm out, and told them to stay back. They stopped right at the beam of the flashlight. Eyes wide, lips trembling. In the distance, far down the road, a single set of headlights appeared. Small and steady, not rushing. The person saw them too and froze. For one moment, their face sharpened into something like clarity, and I thought maybe this is what they're afraid of. Then they shook their head violently and muttered that it wasn't right. It wasn't right, it wasn't right. The headlights grew closer, and with them came sound. Tires on gravel, a low engine hum. The person backed away from the gate and pressed themselves against the SUV, as if trying to become part of it. They fumbled for the door handle, failed, tried again. Their movements were clumsy, disconnected from the simple task. The vehicle approaching wasn't a black truck, it was a patrol car. It pulled over with controlled patience. Not aggressive, not casual. Red and blue lights stayed off. The officer stepped out and paused, taking in the scene, me at my gate with a flashlight and phone, the SUV on the shoulder, the person half hiding behind it. Another patrol car arrived a minute later, parking a respectful distance back, creating a quiet perimeter of presence. I stayed where I was and put the phone away. The officers didn't rush the person. They spoke low, hands visible, posture calm. I couldn't hear most of what they said, but I saw the way the person's answers spilled out. Arms moving too much, head turning too fast. Every time an officer asked something that required a straight line of thought, the person veered off it. One of the officers walked up to my gate and asked me to summarize what I'd seen. I did. I kept it simple. I told him about the light on the ceiling, the parked SUV, the person's shifting story, the fear, the request to come inside. I also told him I hadn't seen any other vehicles on the road. The officer nodded like this fit into a category he already knew. While we talked, the second officer stayed near the person. He didn't touch them, but he kept the space tight enough that they couldn't bolt without being noticed. The person suddenly pointed at the cottonwoods and said something about someone watching. The officer turned his head and looked where they pointed, and his expression didn't change. He looked back at the person and kept talking in that same even tone. Then the person tried to walk away from the SUV toward the ditch, like they'd decided the safest direction was the darkest one. The officer stepped with them and guided them back toward the shoulder with nothing more than a hand held out near their elbow. Ready but not grabbing. The person flinched anyway. A few minutes later, the first officer told me quietly that the person seemed to be under the influence or in some kind of psychiatric crisis. He didn't say it like a judgment. He said it like weather. He asked if I knew them. I said no. They ran the SUV plates. It came back registered, but not to the person. The person claimed it was theirs, then admitted it belonged to a friend, then insisted the friend wasn't real. The contradictions stacked up until they didn't seem like lies, so much as a mind slipping gears. The officers called for medical support. While we waited, the person's energy dipped and surged in waves. They sat on the gravel with their knees pulled up, then stood suddenly and paced, then sat again. Their gaze kept snagging on the darkness beyond my gate, as if my property held an answer or a hiding place. I stayed behind the gate post the entire time, hands cold, shoulders tense, watching for anything that might materialize from the road or the trees, and confirm their fear. Nothing did. When the ambulance arrived, its lights were softer than the patrol car's work lights, not warnings. The medics approached with the same calm rhythm as the officers. There was a brief moment of resistance, a stiffening, a refusal to look at anyone, and then the person's posture collapsed like they'd been holding themselves upright with sheer will. They let the medics lead them to the back of the ambulance. They didn't scream. They didn't fight. They just kept turning their head, searching the empty road as if expecting to see something that only they could see. Before the doors closed, the person looked once toward my gate, not at me exactly, but at the dark line of my driveway disappearing into the yard. Their face held a question I couldn't answer. Then the door shut, and the latch clicked in the cold. The officer stayed a few minutes longer, taking my information, assuring me they'd have the SUV towed. They suggested I keep my lights on for the rest of the night and call again if anything felt off. One of them shined a flashlight along the ditch line, more for thoroughness than expectation. His beam moved over grass and frost, and the blank shapes of fence posts. No footprints stood out. No hidden figure blinked back. When they finally drove away, the gravel road swallowed their sound quickly. The darkness returned to its earlier state, as if it had only been borrowing the colors of emergency lights for a while. I walked back up the driveway slower than I'd come down, and every few steps I turned and looked toward the road, half expecting the SUV to still be there. It wasn't. The tow truck had already taken it, leaving only flattened grass and a scuff of gravel where the tires had rested. In the absence of the vehicle, the shoulder looked harmless again. Just another piece of empty county road. Inside, the house was warm in the way it always is after you've been outside too long. The ceiling was dark. No headlights washed across it now. I stood in the kitchen for a moment without moving, listening to the refrigerator hum, listening to the quiet as it settled back into place. Later, when I wrote down what happened so I wouldn't forget the order of it, I realized how little I could actually prove about the fear in that person's eyes, and how much of the night had been filled by things that never showed up at all. Before I went back to bed, I checked the front window one more time. The road was empty. The cottonwoods were still. The gate chain hung in its usual loop, catching a thin edge of moonlight like a dull, patient hook. The first thing I noticed was the way his cup tilted, as if his wrist had forgotten what it was holding. We were in a warm living room with too many coats draped over chairs, the kind of evening party where everyone talks louder than they mean to, because the music is filling the gaps. He was standing near the kitchen doorway, half turned towards someone behind him, and then his knees folded without warning. It wasn't dramatic. It was worse than that. It was quiet, like a switch had been flipped and a person had gone offline. For a second, nobody moved. You could feel the room's momentum skid, conversations catching on the same sharp edge. Then a glass clinked against the tile and rolled under the fridge, and that sound snapped me forward. I was closer than I realized. I stepped around someone's boots and crouched down, my hands hovering because my brain hadn't caught up to my eyes. He was on his back now, head angled slightly to the right, mouth parted. His face had lost its color in a way that didn't look like fainting. It looked like absence. Someone said his name once, and the way it came out thin, uncertain, told me they didn't know what else to do with their voice. I leaned in, close enough to smell the stale sweetness of punch on his breath. His chest didn't rise. I waited for it, held my own breath to listen for his. Nothing. I put 2 fingers along the side of his neck, feeling for a pulse the way you do in movies, except my fingers were clumsy and cold. I pressed too hard, then not hard enough. The music kept playing until someone across the room finally slapped it off, and the sudden quiet made everything louder. Shoes scraping, a chair leg dragging, the fast inhale of panic. A woman pushed through the crowd with her phone already up, her thumb jabbing at the screen. She dropped to her knees near his shoulder and angled the phone away as if the dispatcher could see the room through it. She was trying to sound steady, but her words came out in clipped pieces. Address, condition, no breathing, no pulse, someone else said, and I hated how sure it sounded. My hands finally made a decision. I slid my palm to the center of his chest the way I'd been taught in a class I took, because my job offered it as a perk, and because it felt like the kind of thing a responsible adult should do. I interlaced my fingers, locked my elbows, and pressed down. The first compression felt wrong. You don't expect the human body to give like that. It isn't like pushing a pillow, and it isn't like pushing a door. It's a firm resistance that yields just enough to remind you that you're doing something violent for the sake of keeping someone alive. I counted in my head without letting the numbers touch my mouth. Around me, people shuffled backward to make space, the circle widening, the room rearranging itself around the emergency. The woman with the phone shifted closer to my ear so I could hear the dispatcher's instructions without stopping what I was doing. She repeated them in short phrases, not as dialogue between us, but as a relay. Keep going, push hard, let the chest come back up, don't stop. Another person appeared at my side with a folded towel and shoved it under his head, as if comfort still mattered, as if the body could feel it. Someone else ran to the front door and yanked it open, letting in a slice of cold night air and the faint sound of traffic. My shoulders started to burn faster than I thought they would. The room narrowed down to the rectangle of his chest beneath my hands. The rise and fall of my own arms. The slickness of sweat starting at the base of my skull. I could feel eyes on me, not judging, just needing me to keep moving, because movement was the only thing anyone could offer right then. A man I barely knew, friend of a friend, tall, wearing a sweater with reindeer on it, knelt across from me and asked if I needed to switch. His voice sounded too normal for what was happening. I shook my head once, not trusting myself to stop, not trusting my hands to find the rhythm again if I let it go. The dispatcher asked if anyone in the house had an AED. The question landed like a lifeline and an accusation at the same time. People looked at each other, faces blank, with the sudden realization that living rooms aren't supposed to need defibrillators. Then someone remembered. Someone always remembers late, that the neighborhood association kept one in a cabinet near the community pool, a few blocks away. A teenager in a puffy jacket bolted out the front door before anyone could tell him not to run on icy sidewalks. I kept pressing down, release, release. Every time I let his chest come back up, I waited for him to steal a breath on his own. Every time, nothing. The woman on the phone gave the dispatcher updates in a steady stream now, as if she'd found a groove to hold on to. Compressions in progress. Someone retrieving an AED. Address repeated again. The word ambulance got said, and then paramedics, and I clung to those words like they were already in the driveway. My arms started to tremble. I felt it in the fine muscles near my wrists first, then in my shoulders, then in my lower back. The reindeer sweater man slid in closer and put a hand on my elbow, not to stop me, but to be ready. The vulnerability of that moment wasn't just a man on the floor. It was all of us, finding out how thin the wall is between a normal evening and a body that won't breathe. We switched when my compression started to get shallow. I hated admitting it with my body, hated that I couldn't will my strength to last longer. But the moment his hands took over, I understood the point. It wasn't heroism. It was relay work. It was community action in the most literal sense. Hands replacing hands because no one person could do it alone. I scooted back onto my heels and flexed my fingers, trying to keep my own panic from setting up camp in my throat. From the floor, the room looked different. People standing in clusters like they were afraid to cast shadows too close to him. The open door framing darkness. The hallway light spilling over the entry rug where boots had left wet prints. Someone brought over a bowl of water that no one touched. Someone else held a coat like they meant to lay it over him, then thought better of it. The teenager came back with the AED tucked under his arm like a hard-sided lunchbox. His cheeks were bright from the cold, eyes wide. He set it down near the man's head, and the reindeer sweater man paused just long enough to open it and follow the pictures on the inside lid. The device spoke in a calm, artificial voice that made the whole thing feel even more unreal, like we'd stepped into an instructional video that had no business being in that house. Shirts got pulled up, hands shook, adhesive pads peeled and pressed where the diagram showed. Someone brushed away chest hair with the edge of their sleeve because the pad wouldn't stick right. The AED told us to stand clear. We did, a tight ring of people holding their breath in unison, eyes locked on a body that still looked like it belonged in a chair with a drink in its hand. The shock made his torso jump, a blunt lift off the floor that lasted less than a second. Then the device told us to resume compressions. No applause, no relief, just work. Outside, sirens started as a distant wail and then grew, sliding closer on the cold air. The sound threaded through the house and changed the atmosphere the way a storm warning changes a sky. Everyone's posture shifting with the promise that help was finally real. The person at the door waved their arm in the dark, as if guiding the ambulance like a plane. When the paramedics came in, the room parted for them the way water parts around a moving boat. They moved with practiced speed, not frantic, which was its own kind of mercy. One of them dropped to the floor and took over compressions with a precision that made our attempts feel like guesses. Another opened a bag and pulled out equipment that looked too clean and official for a carpeted living room. They asked brief questions, and the woman with the phone answered between gulps of air, giving times as best she could, describing what we'd done. I backed up until I was pressed against the hallway wall. suddenly aware of my damp shirt clinging to my spine, my forearms aching as if I'd been lifting weights instead of trying to keep someone from disappearing. My hands smelled faintly like skin and adhesive, a smell that would stick with me. They worked on him right there for a few minutes more, then moved in a coordinated way that told me something had shifted. A stretcher came in, straps clicked, a blanket went over his legs, the AED got packed away, a paramedic looked up and asked for a clear path, and people scrambled to move shoes and chairs, clearing an aisle through the debris of an ordinary night. As they rolled him out, the open door spilled colder air into the house, and the siren noise faded into the driveway, and then down the street. The room didn't snap back to normal. It sagged. People stood in place like the floor had become unfamiliar. Someone turned the kitchen light brighter, as if more illumination could fix what we'd just seen. Later, we heard he made it to the hospital with a pulse. Hours after that, someone's phone chimed with a short update. He was stable. Days later, the update changed again. He was awake. Weeks later, I saw him in a photo sitting up in a hospital bed, smiling like someone who'd come back from a place no one else could describe. He looked thinner, but unmistakably there. The relief didn't arrive all at once. It came in pieces, in the way my shoulders unclenched while I stood alone at my sink, washing my hands longer than necessary. It came in the way I kept replaying the living room from that low angle on the floor, seeing how fast a body can fall, and how many hands it takes to hold the line until help arrives. Even now, when I walk past that house in the early evening and see warm light in the windows, I picture the open door framing the night, and I remember the sound of a calm machine voice in a room full of frightened people, and the way life can return, because strangers decide to act. The first thing that felt wrong was the quiet. It was a bright, ordinary afternoon in my subdivision, the kind where the sun makes every driveway look freshly poured, and the air smells like cut grass and warm asphalt. I was dragging my trash bin back up the side of my house when I glanced across the street at the place with the pale siding and the narrow upstairs windows. Every curtain was drawn. No TV flicker, no kitchen light, not even the usual little motion of someone moving past a window. I remember pausing with my hand still on the bin handle, because the silence over there didn't match the hour. How would it be? How would it be? And the han wall the ford, and soon lik his way at the sleelren of all the rear. The match. The hour. I had noticed things before, but they were the kind of things you talk yourself out of. For months, that house had been a pocket of stillness in a row of busy families. The yard stayed trimmed, the porch swept, the trash put out at the right time. A woman lived there, middle-aged, always tight-lipped, always moving with purpose. I knew her only as the stepmom because that's how someone else on the block described her when she first moved in with her husband's son. I'd seen the husband once, maybe twice, and then not at all. The son, an adult, not a kid, might as well have been a rumor. I never saw him outside. No taking the trash out, no walking to the mailbox, no car pulling in with him at the wheel. I told myself it was none of my business. People kept to themselves. People had different schedules. People had medical issues. People had reasons. That afternoon, with the sun high and the street empty, the house looked less like privacy and more like absence. I went inside and tried to shake it off by busying myself. I rinsed a coffee mug. I wiped a counter that didn't need wiping. I stood at my front window and watched for movement without admitting to myself that I was watching. The woman's car sat in the driveway. The garage door was down. The blinds remained shut. Then I saw smoke. At first it was so faint, I wondered if it was just heat shimmer above the roofline. A thin gray thread lifting and disappearing. I stepped onto my porch to get a better angle, and the smell hit me sharp, chemical, wrong. Not a grill, not leaves, something inside burning. My feet moved before my mind finished catching up. I jogged down my walkway and across the street, scanning the windows for any sign of someone noticing. The front of the house was still dark behind the curtains, but the smoke was stronger now, curling from the seam where the garage met the frame. I pounded on the door with the flat of my hand. Hard. The sound felt small against the blank facade. No answer. I tried the doorbell, then pounded again. My heartbeat was loud enough that I could feel it in my throat. I ran back to my yard, grabbed the garden hose from the side spigot, and dragged it like a stubborn snake across the grass. The hose caught on the corner of the deck and jerked my shoulder. I yanked it free, my palms slick on the rubber, and turned the faucet on full. Water surged with a familiar cough. Somewhere in all that movement, I pulled out my phone and called emergency services. My voice came out higher than I expected, tight and clipped as I gave the address and said there was smoke coming from the garage, and no one was answering the door. I kept my eyes on the house while I spoke, as if staring could force someone to appear. When I pointed the nozzle at the garage scene, the spray slapped the siding and ran down in sheets. The water made the smoke twitch and thin, but it didn't stop it. The smell changed, hotter, more layered, like plastic and paint, and something oily. I moved closer, careful of the driveway that was starting to shimmer with heat. The garage door was still closed, but it looked tense, if that makes sense. Like the metal was holding its breath. I tried the front door again. Still nothing. I didn't have the nerve to break a window. I didn't even know if anyone was inside. I just knew that if they were, time was sliding away. The first visible flame appeared like a surprise someone had been saving for the worst moment. A bright orange tongue licked out from the edge of the garage, then pulled back. It came again, longer, the heat pressing against my face. My hose stream hissed when it struck the edge of it, turning the air into a wet, angry steam. Neighbors started to appear at the ends of their driveways, drawn out by the smell and my frantic movements. I saw mouths moving, questions I couldn't hear over the sound of my own water spray, and the growing crackle from inside the garage. Someone else raised their phone, probably calling too. Someone else shouted the woman's name. The house stayed stubbornly quiet. The garage door buckled with a sound like a deep breath turning into a groan. Smoke pushed out harder, rolling low and thick, and for a second I couldn't see the front of the house at all. I stepped back, blinking hard, my eyes watering. My hands ached from gripping the nozzle. Sirens cut through the neighborhood like a tearing sound. The first engine came fast, red and loud, turning into our street with a swing that made it feel too big for our neat little curb lines. Firefighters poured out with a kind of controlled urgency I'd never seen up close. Their gear made them look broader than they were, purposeful and sealed away from the world's air. One of them waved me back with a gloved hand, and I stumbled to the side, still holding my hose like it mattered. Another took over, shut my nozzle off without a word, and a third moved toward the front door with a tool in his hand. Their movements were practiced, quick, and efficient, as if the chaos was just a problem they'd solved 1,000 times before. The front door gave way under a single brutal strike. Smoke rolled out of the opening, dark and heavy, and the firefighters disappeared into it, as if stepping into water. The engine crew connected to the hydrant down the street, and suddenly my little garden hose felt like a child's squirt gun in my hands. I stood on the edge of my own driveway, close enough to feel the heat and far enough to be useless. The afternoon sun still shone on the houses beside it. Kids' bikes still lay on lawns. A dog barked from somewhere, confused. It was surreal how normal everything was, around the one house that had become a furnace. Paramedics arrived next, their gurney rattling over the sidewalk seams. They waited near the open front door, looking toward the smoke with faces that held steady in a way mine couldn't. One of them asked me if I'd seen anyone go in or out. I shook my head, words failing. Minutes stretched into something that didn't feel like time at all. The firefighters went in and out, their boots thudding, their radios crackling. Water hammered somewhere inside, and now and then the smoke would pulse as if the house was breathing through clenched teeth. When they finally brought someone out, it wasn't the woman, it was a man, carried on a board, wrapped in a blanket so tightly that only his face showed. His skin looked paper thin, stretched over angles that didn't seem possible. His cheeks were hollow. His eyes were open but unfocused, staring past the paramedic's shoulder at nothing. If I hadn't seen his chest rise shallowly, I might have thought he was already gone. The paramedics moved fast. They spoke to each other in short, clean phrases, hands working with practiced care. An oxygen mask went over his face. An IV line appeared. They lifted him to the gurney with a gentleness that didn't match the urgency of their motions. I took an involuntary step forward, then stopped, unsure whether I was allowed near him. I didn't know him, but something in my body insisted that I did, because I lived across the street, because I had watched that house be closed to the world for months, because I had let myself believe it was just privacy. A firefighter came out behind the stretcher. His helmet tilted back. His face was smeared with soot in stark lines. He looked around, scanning the crowd that had gathered now at the curb. His eyes landed on me, maybe because I still held my useless hose. "He's alive," he said, and the words dropped into the air like a weight. No more. No explanation. Just that. The woman was found in the backyard a little later, coughing and furious more than anything else. She tried to push forward, tried to demand answers, tried to insert herself into the center of it like she owned the moment. An officer stepped between her and the paramedics, and that was the first time I saw her not in control. Her mouth moved, sharp and quick, but her voice didn't carry over the sirens and the rush. After the fire was controlled, after the smoke thinned into a damp haze, the street stayed blocked off by engines and patrol cars. Firefighters coiled hoses. A crew checked for hot spots. The garage door hung crooked, blackened, and warped, as if the house itself had been punched. Later, hours later, when the sun had started leaning low and everything smelled like wet ash, an officer knocked on my door. He asked if I'd noticed anything unusual over the past months. People coming and going, sounds, calls for help. He asked it gently, but the question sat on my skin like a burn. I told him what I knew, which wasn't much. The curtains, the absence, the woman's stiff politeness when she did appear, the way packages sometimes sat on the porch longer than they should have. The one time I thought I heard a pounding from inside, late at night, and dismissed it as pipes or wind or my own imagination. The officer listened, eyes steady, and then said something that turned my stomach cold. The man they carried out had lit the fire on purpose, not to hurt anyone else, not for insurance, not from recklessness. He had done it as a signal, as a flare, as a last resort when every other way of being noticed had failed. He had been kept inside for a long time, deprived and hidden in plain sight, and he had reached a point where the risk of dying in flames felt smaller than the certainty of disappearing behind those curtains. The stepmother, the officer said, was in custody. There were details he didn't share, and I didn't ask for them. I didn't need the specifics to understand the shape of it. Domestic captivity, neglect, a living person reduced to a shadow because the world outside kept moving, and nobody had made the house open its doors. That night I lay in bed and listened to my neighborhood settle into quiet again. The hum of a distant highway, a sprinkler ticking somewhere, the soft click of my refrigerator cycling on. Normal sounds, the kinds you trust. Across the street, floodlights illuminated the damaged garage as investigators moved inside, their silhouettes crossing the windows like slow, careful ghosts. The house that had seemed merely private now looked like a sealed container that had finally cracked. In the following days, the engines left, the police tape came down, and the street returned to its usual rhythm. Cars came and went. Kids rode bikes. The sky did what it always did. The damaged siding was replaced. The warped garage door was removed. A dumpster sat in the driveway for a week, and then vanished like nothing had happened. But I couldn't unsee the man's face above that blanket, the way his eyes had been open as if he'd forced them to stay that way. I couldn't stop replaying the moment I'd first noticed the dark windows, and almost looked away. Now, when I water my lawn in the late afternoon, I watch the spray arc and glitter in the sun, and I think about how my little hose was the first thing I grabbed because it was what I had. I think about how the real rescue came only after something had to burn loudly enough for all of us to look up. And when the street goes quiet in the middle of a bright day, I don't talk myself out of it anymore. The first thing I noticed was the way the porch light made the rain look like loose wires, bright strands falling straight down. It was late enough that the street had gone quiet, the kind of quiet that makes every small sound feel like it's right up against your ear. I had just turned off the kitchen light when headlights swept across our living room wall and kept sweeping, as if the driver couldn't decide whether to stop or keep going. The car didn't pull into our driveway so much as slide into it. Tires hissed on wet concrete. The engine revved, then choked off. For a half second, nothing moved. Then a door flew open, and a man stumbled out. Not running clean, more like trying to outrun something he could still hear behind him. My husband was already at the front window, shoulders squared the way they always were when his work followed him home. He was off duty, in sweatpants and a dark hoodie, but he had that same posture he wore in uniform, protective without looking for a fight. He didn't say anything to me at first. He just watched. Red and blue reflections flashed faintly on the far end of the street, distant enough to be more color than sound. A pursuit, or the tail end of one. I could tell by the way my husband's jaw set that he recognized it too. The man in our driveway turned toward our front steps, as if they were the only solid thing left in the world. He was breathing hard, bent at the waist, palms on his knees. Then he straightened and looked directly at our door. My husband moved before I could put together a thought. He grabbed his phone from the console table and stepped out onto the porch, rain immediately soaking the shoulders of his hoodie. He didn't have his badge on a chain like he sometimes did when we ran errands. He didn't have his duty belt. He had a phone in one hand, and the kind of voice that carries across a parking lot even when it's calm. I stayed inside, close to the sidelight window, the narrow strip of glass that lets you see the porch without opening the door. From that angle I could see the driveway, the wet shine of it, the man's shoes leaving dark prints. The man froze when my husband called out, then lifted his hands in a quick, frustrated gesture like he was arguing with the air. My husband told him to stop where he was. He told him to sit down on the edge of the driveway. I could hear only pieces through the glass and the rain, but I saw the meaning in my husband's stance. A citizen's arrest. The off-duty kind people like to argue about online, until it happens on their own property. The man didn't sit. He took 2 steps toward the door, toward me. My husband cut him off, moving off the porch and down the steps fast, putting his body between the man and our house. He kept one hand out, palm forward, and the other hand close to his phone. The man's eyes kept flicking past my husband to the door, as if he believed he could slip through. In the flashing uneven light from the porch lamp, his face looked young and old at the same time. Wide-eyed, sweaty, exhausted. He smelled like wet asphalt even through the closed glass. Then it went from tense to physical in the space of a heartbeat. The man lunged, not at my husband's chest, but toward the side of him, aiming for the gap. My husband grabbed at his sleeve and twisted, trying to turn him away from the house. They collided in the driveway with the wet slap of clothing and the sharp scrape of shoes. My husband tried to put him down, tried to control his arms the way I'd seen him do in training videos he never thought I watched. But without gear, without backup, it looked like wrestling in the rain. I ran to the kitchen counter, where my phone was charging. My fingers felt thick, clumsy. I remember thinking, absurdly, that the screen was too bright for the hour. I dialed, pressed emergency, and started speaking over the sound of my own breathing. I said our address. I said there was a fight in our driveway. I said my husband was a law enforcement officer off duty, trying to hold a suspect. Outside, the man jerked his arm free. I saw a flash of something metallic under the porch light. Not a gun. Smaller. A knife. The kind that disappears in a fist until it's already where you don't want it. My husband's body reacted before his mind could. He recoiled, then grabbed again, trying to trap the man's hand. The suspect's arm moved in a tight, ugly motion. There was a dull contact like someone slapping a wet towel onto concrete. My husband made a sound I'd never heard from him, more surprise than pain, as if his body didn't believe what had just happened. He stumbled back a step and pressed his hand to his side. Dark spread across the front of his hoodie, swallowed by the rain but still unmistakable. The suspect pivoted, eyes locked on the front door now as if the injury to my husband had cleared a path. My husband tried to move between him and the steps again. He kept his feet under him, kept his shoulders forward. Protector was not something he turned on and off. It was something he wore. The suspect rushed the steps. My husband grabbed the back of his jacket and yanked him down. They hit the bottom step hard. The knife flashed again. My husband's free hand pinned the suspect's wrist against the wet concrete. The suspect bucked, twisted, tried to crawl out of the hold and up toward the porch. I pressed my palm against the inside of the door, as if I could physically hold the house shut. The dispatcher on my phone asked questions. I answered without hearing myself. My throat tasted like pennies. Sirens grew louder. Real now, not just reflected lights. Tires splashed through puddles. A chorus of doors shouted commands. The kind of sound that means the scene has gone from one family's nightmare to a public emergency. Multiple patrol vehicles pulled up, angled in the street and across neighbors' driveways. Lights strobed across our yard, our mailbox, the wet leaves on the ground. The suspect and my husband were still tangled near the bottom step, both slick with rain. My husband's hood had fallen back. His face was turned toward the street, toward the incoming officers, and his mouth was open as if he was trying to get words out fast. Everything happened too fast after that, and also in slow pieces that never fit back together. An on-duty deputy ran up the driveway, weapon up, scanning. Another voice shouted something about a knife. Someone else yelled, "He's in the hoodie," and in the chaos that could have meant either man, my husband's hoodie was dark. The suspect's jacket was dark. The porch light made everyone's hands look the same color. My husband shifted, trying to show his empty hand, trying to keep the suspect pinned with the other. The suspect jerked violently, twisting free just enough that his arm came up. For a fraction of a second, it looked like the weapon was in the wrong hand. For a fraction of a second, it looked like the man on top was the threat. The deputy's breathing was loud, even from inside my house. A single shot cracked the night. Then another. My husband's body went rigid. His grip broke. He collapsed sideways onto the driveway like a switch had been flipped. The suspect rolled away, scrambling, slipping on wet concrete, and disappeared along the side of our house toward the backyard. For a moment, there was only the rain and the spinning lights, and the sound my own blood made in my ears. I didn't remember opening the door, but suddenly I was on the porch, barefoot on cold wood, the air full of exhaust and wet grass. Officers were everywhere, moving with purpose and confusion at the same time. One knelt over my husband. Another sprinted past me without looking, chasing the suspect. Someone held an arm out in front of me, as a barrier, guiding me back, but I couldn't take my eyes off the driveway. My husband's face was turned toward the house. His eyes were open but unfocused, rain collecting in his eyelashes. His lips moved once, and nothing came out. I tried to step forward and the arm in front of me tightened. Not cruel, just automatic. A radio squawked. A voice barked that they had the suspect behind the fence line, that he was running, that units were closing in. Another voice shaking. Sharp kept repeating that the downed male was law enforcement off duty, that there'd been a mistake. The words hit the air and fell to the ground like heavy objects. Minutes later, the suspect was in cuffs at the end of the street under the glare of headlights, hunched and breathing hard, the knife no longer in his hand. I saw him only in pieces, a profile, the slope of his shoulders, the way an officer's flashlight beam bounced on his wet hair. Law enforcement had him. That part was done. Nothing felt done. Paramedics arrived and took over, hands working fast. Voices clipped, equipment cases thumping onto the porch steps. Someone asked me his name. Someone asked me if he had allergies. Someone asked me if he'd been hit anywhere else. I answered because there was nothing else I could do. I stared at the driveway where the rain washed diluted red toward the gutter, and thought about how our home address had become a coordinate on somebody else's map. Later, hours later, or maybe just a different lifetime, an officer handed me my husband's phone. It was slick with rain. The screen cracked. A note was stuck to the back in clear evidence tape. A label that looked too neat for what had happened. I remember the printed tag more than I remember the words anyone spoke. By the time the lights finally stopped flashing and the street went dark again, the rain had eased into a thin mist. The driveway looked ordinary from a distance, like any other patch of concrete in any other neighborhood, but when I stood at the window and watched the porch light glow over the wet steps, I could still see where my husband had tried to hold the line between our door and a stranger's desperation, and I could still hear how quickly certainty turns into tragedy in the space of a single night. The first thing that felt wrong was the air. We'd been gone a week. The kind of vacation that's supposed to reset you. Sun, hotel sheets, a break from checking the lock twice before bed. Pulling into our driveway in the middle of the day, I expected stale shut-up house smell when I opened the front door. Instead, a warm, lived-in breath rolled out like someone had just closed a bathroom door after a shower. The porch light was off the way we'd left it. The blinds were down, the neighborhood was quiet, and my key turned like it always did. But the deadbolt clicked with a softness I didn't recognize, like it had been used to recently. Inside, nothing was smashed. Nothing was obviously taken. The foyer table still had the same mail stack we'd ignored before leaving. Our family photos were straight. That should have calmed me down, but it didn't. The sound in the house was different too. Not louder, just occupied. A faint hum I couldn't place, like an appliance running somewhere deep in the walls. My wife carried our youngest in, already talking about starting laundry. The older one dragged his suitcase across the tile. I set mine down and stood there longer than I needed to, listening. The thermostat read a temperature we never set when we travel. I touched the hallway vent and felt warm air pushing out. "Did you leave the heat on?" I asked, and I hated how small my voice sounded in our own entryway. She shook her head without looking up. We turned everything down. In the kitchen, the first real proof waited in plain sight. A bowl in the sink that wasn't ours. Translucent plastic with a crack down one side. A spoon on the counter. Wet. The trash can lid sat slightly crooked, and when I lifted it, the smell hit me. Fresh coffee grounds. We don't drink coffee. There were banana peels in a deli container smeared with mustard, and the top bag was tied off the way a stranger would tie it. A hard knot instead of our lazy twist. I opened the fridge, and the butter was on a different shelf. Our orange juice was half gone. The leftover lasagna I'd wrapped before we left was missing the corner where someone had dug in. The light over the stove was on, the tiny bulb that we never used because it flickers. It wasn't flickering now. My stomach did that slow drop that has nothing to do with motion. I shut the fridge and stared at the magnets on the door like they might rearrange themselves into an explanation. I did a fast inventory without meaning to. Wallet? In my pocket? Phones? Charged. The knife block was still full. The back door was locked. The windows were shut. Everything looked like our home, dressed in our things, and yet it felt like walking into a room after a conversation stopped. My wife saw my face and stopped moving. What is it? I didn't want to say it. Saying it would make it real in front of the kids. I pointed at the strange bowl, the spoon, the trash, the fridge. Her eyes moved over the evidence and fixed on the bowl like it might bite her. We both went quiet in the same instant, because from somewhere above us, there was a soft, dragging sound. Not a thump, not a footstep, more like fabric sliding over wood. Our attic access is in the hallway ceiling. A square panel with a pull cord that's always just out of reach unless you're on a chair. I stared at it and tried to tell myself it was the house settling after a week of empty. But the sound came again. Slower, deliberate, like someone shifting weight. My older kid said, "Dad," like he knew he wasn't supposed to say anything else. I put my hand up for them to stop where they were. I could hear my own breathing. The house smelled faintly of soap that wasn't ours. Cheap and sharp. Layered over our familiar detergent like someone had tried to wash themselves without leaving a trace. My wife mouthed, "Call." I stepped back into the kitchen, kept my eyes on the hallway, and dialed 911. My hands felt too large and too clumsy on the phone. When the dispatcher answered, I gave our address first, because I'd heard that's what you do when you're scared and trying to be useful. My voice came out steady until I said why I was calling, and then it cracked on the last word. "There's someone in my house." I didn't shout it. I didn't have the air for shouting. I kept my voice low because my kids were right there, because the ceiling was right there, because I suddenly felt like sound was something you could spill. The dispatcher asked if we were outside. We weren't. She told us to get out. I tried to move without making it obvious, guiding the kids toward the front door like we were just changing our minds about unloading the car. My wife clutched the toddler to her chest so tight his cheeks puffed against her shoulder. The attic panel didn't move, but I couldn't stop looking at it. I couldn't stop imagining an eye appearing at the scene, an arm sliding the square aside. The dispatcher kept her voice level, the kind of calm that makes you realize how many times she said the same words to people on the worst day of their lives. As we stepped onto the porch, the door frame seemed too narrow, like the house wanted to keep us. The daylight hit my face and didn't help. It made everything sharper and made it clearer how normal everything looked from the outside. Trimmed lawn, 2 bikes in the side yard, a package on our stoop that had been sitting there long enough for the cardboard to fade. I stayed on the line while we moved to the driveway, putting the car between us and the front door. The dispatcher asked what I'd seen. I told her the food, the heat, the bowl, the sounds above us. She asked if we could see anyone through windows. We could see our own curtains and our own dim rooms. Nothing moving. She told us officers were on the way. Then, from inside, I heard it. Quiet but unmistakable in the way quiet things are unmistakable when you're listening for them. A muffled creak, followed by a slow scrape directly above the hallway. Someone was up there. Someone had been up there long enough to know where to put their weight so the ceiling didn't complain. My wife started shaking without making any noise. Her eyes stayed fixed on the roofline as if she could see through shingles. The toddler fussed, and she bounced him. Still silent like sound was dangerous. I tried to keep talking to the dispatcher because talking meant time was passing, and passing meant help was closer. I described the house 2-story, attached garage, attic access in the hallway. I said the word attic and watched the upstairs windows, waiting for a face to appear and look down at us. Nothing. The first patrol car rolled in with that fast, purposeful turn that makes a vehicle look heavier. The second came a moment later. 2 officers got out, and everything about them, their steps, their hands, the way their heads moved, made my body unclench a fraction. The dispatcher stayed on, until one of the officers waved that he'd taken over. I gave them the quickest version. We'd been gone on vacation, came back midday, found signs someone had been inside, heard movement in the attic. I told them we had kids. I didn't say I'm sorry, but I felt it, like maybe I'd done something wrong by leaving. One officer told us to stay in the driveway. The other walked the perimeter, checking windows and the back gate. They moved like they'd done this before, like the house was a puzzle with a limited number of solutions. The officer at the door drew his weapon low, not pointed, and called out. His voice was firm, not aggressive. He announced police presence and told anyone inside to make themselves known. I couldn't hear if anyone responded, but I saw the way his shoulders tightened, the way his gaze lifted toward the hallway ceiling, as if he'd heard something I hadn't. They went in. From the driveway, the house looked like a stage set with the lights turned off. I could see the dining room window, the reflection of the sky, and nothing else. My mind filled the dark with movement. I imagined a person wedged up there, breath held, listening to us outside. I imagined them waiting for the moment the officers passed underneath. Minutes stretched in a way that didn't match the sun. Then there was a sudden heavy sound from inside, a thud that carried through the walls. The officer who'd been circling the back spoke into his radio. The dispatcher's voice wasn't in my ear anymore, but the tone of the day still felt like a call that hadn't ended. The front door opened again. One officer stepped out first, scanning the street. Then another came behind him with someone in between them. It was a man, thin, barefoot, wearing layers that didn't make sense for the weather. His hair was matted like it had been washed in a sink and left to dry without a towel. His eyes were half-lidded, squinting at the daylight like he'd been living in dimness for a long time. He didn't look angry, he looked exhausted, and for a second my fear didn't know where to go, because the thing I'd been imagining had been bigger than him, sharper than him, The officer guided him down the steps. The man's wrists were cuffed. He kept turning his head, not looking at us but at the house, as if he didn't understand why he was leaving it. One of the officers came over and told us quietly that they'd found him in the crawl space above the second-floor closet, the low area where the roof angles down. He'd been sleeping. There was bedding up there, old blankets, a pillow that wasn't ours. There were empty bottles of water, a flashlight, a small pile of clothing folded with care. There were cigarette butts in a can, like he'd tried to be considerate. He'd made a nest in the darkest part of our home and lived around us without us knowing, like a shadow that ate from our kitchen when the lights were off. The officer asked if anything had been taken. I didn't even know how to answer. What counted as taken? The food, yes. The electricity, yes. The idea that our house was ours, absolutely. Another officer spoke with the man while he sat on the curb. The man's words didn't carry to us, but his hands kept moving, rubbing his thumbs into his palms, as if the cuffs weren't the only thing he could feel. The officer nodded in that careful way. That means he's hearing something complicated. Later, after the cruiser drove away, one officer returned to explain what they could. The man had been homeless, he said. He had a history that included mental health issues. He hadn't broken things, hadn't threatened anyone. He'd found a way in, likely through the garage side door that sometimes sticks if it's not fully latched. And once he was inside, he'd stayed small. He'd used what he needed and tried not to be noticed. He's been there a while, the officer added, and his eyes flicked toward our upstairs windows. You'll want to check everything. Attic, closet spaces. Looks like he'd been living up there for weeks. Weeks. That word landed heavier than the thud I'd heard earlier. Weeks meant he'd been present while our lives went on. Weeks meant he'd known the rhythm of our house. The quiet hours, the times when no one looked up. Weeks meant he'd watched our rooms from the cracks above the closet door, listening to our laughter, our arguments, our sleep. Weeks meant that our home had been sharing its warmth with someone we didn't invite, and we never felt the difference. When the officers left, the street went back to normal in an instant, as if the disturbance had been a passing storm. The neighbors peeked from behind curtains and then disappeared. Cars drove by. A dog barked down the block. We didn't go back inside right away. We stood in the driveway with suitcases at our feet, staring at the house like it belonged to someone else. My wife's arms were still wrapped around the toddler. My older kid asked if we could go to a hotel, and I said yes without thinking, because the word home felt wrong in my mouth. Before we left, I walked to the front door one last time. I didn't cross the threshold, I just looked down the hallway at the ceiling panel, with the pull cord hanging like a question mark. The attic access sat perfectly flush, painted the same color as the ceiling, as if it had never been moved. But I could still smell that sharp soap under our own detergent, and I could still feel the warmth coming from vents we hadn't set. In the quiet, I imagined the smallest sound of fabric sliding over wood, the patient shifting of a body in a space too tight to stand, and the thought that it had been happening above our heads for weeks made my skin crawl. Even now, when I walk into any house after being gone, I look up first, not down, because I learned how easy it is for someone to live in the hidden parts of your life while you're away, and how normal everything can look until you turn the key and the air breathes back at you.